In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms a few times and quickly discovered that there seemed to be some kind of invisible threads entangling him, restraining his actions, not only making it difficult to move about, but also impeding the flow of his Saint Qi. This was a very disconcerting feeling that kept him from exerting his full strength and forcing him to summon his purple shield to defend himself against Hongzhen punch. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and couldn't display all its functions, it was made from the carapace and monster core of a ninth-order monster beast along with various origin-grade ores, so it was extremely strong and easily able to withstand Hongzhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't detect the power that was suppressing him, so he could only ask Hongzhen. Hongzhen laughed. Ignorant child. You don't even know what sure is. Yet you dare act so wild? Sure. Yang Kai frowned. As in fighting spirit? I have that too. Saying so, Yang Kai released his aura and killing intent. But to his disappointment, his sure is seemed completely different from Hongzhen. It wasn't that his will to fight was weak. On the contrary, to objective observers, Yang Kai's imposing manner was simply earth-shattering. On the contrary, Hongzhen's sure seemed inferior. But Yang Kai could tell that the sure Hongzhen was referring to was something completely different from mere fighting spirit. The two things seemed to have nothing to do with each other. The fighting spirit Yang Kai just sent out couldn't directly interfere with his opponent, while Hongzhen's sure was able to greatly suppress Yang Kai's strength. Was this what it meant to be an origin-returning realm master? It was indeed impressive and caused Yang Kai's eyes to burn. Instead of becoming discouraged, it only caused his fighting intent to soar. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai held up his purple shield towards Hongzhen and shouted, "Come, let me see what this sure you speak of is all about." Yang Kai dismissed his demonic flame sword and put everything he had into his defense. Although he had only traded blows once, Yang Kai already understood that as it was currently impossible to kill an origin-returning realm master. Even if he brought out his golden blood, it might not necessarily be possible. This power called sure was too mysterious. But on the other hand, it was absolutely impossible for Hongzhen to kill him. With his purple shield and ability to tear space, even third-order origin-returning realm masters couldn't kill Yang Kai. Looking at Yang Kai's stance, Hongzhen immediately understood what this young man wanted to do, infuriating him greatly. Origin-returning realm cultivators had the ability to completely suppress those in the Saint King realm, but this young man who was just a first-order Saint King wanted to use him to study sure. This was nothing less than a huge insult to Hongzhen, causing murderous intent to burst from his body as he began mercilessly attacking, sending wave after wave of wind blades, enough to blot out the sky. Hongzhen acted as if he wanted to rip apart space itself. "Ah-ha-ha-ha! Shred him to tiny little pieces." Xiahong clapped and laughed, completely forgetting about his earlier clamoring of stepping on Yang Kai and urinating on his face. Wu Yi's face turned pale, and she could not help screaming. But this only made Xiahong feel even more excited. Many cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch, so they turned their heads away, thinking that Yang Kai would die for sure under this attack. Only Yang Yen spat disdainfully while muttering under her breath, "If the artifact I refined can't even block the attack of a first-order origin realm, after today I won't ever refine artifacts again." The voice was so low that no one heard her, even Wu Yi who was standing right beside her. Hong hong hong. A series of violent explosions rang out, and the spot where Yang Kai was standing was immediately filled with flying dirt and stones, blocking him from everyone's view. Yang Kai was pushed backwards again, smashing into and blowing apart a giant stone, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blades hadn't injured Yang Kai at all, but the huge impact had still caused his organs to shift. Hongzhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected this shield's defensive ability would be so outstanding. Not waiting for Yang Kai to steady himself, Hongzhen's figure flickered and in the blink of an eye arrived in front of Yang Kai, sending out a fist towards the young man's forehead. Hongzhen's sure, which was already fettering Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger, prohibiting Yang Kai from taking any kind of defensive action before Hongzhen's attack landed. Out of desperation, Yang Kai attacked with his half-finished space blade. A space crack swiftly flew towards Hongzhen's chest, And although Hong Zhen didn't know what this attack was, he instinctually perceived danger from them and immediately condensed a thick layer of Saint Qi around himself for protection while still pushing his fist forward. However, Hong Zhen's short delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield once more. A loud bang rang out and Yang Kai was sent flying again like a paper kite whose strings had been cut. Hong Zhen's brow furrowed deeply as he stared down at the spot on his body which had just been attacked. But try as he might, he couldn't discover anything, and there was no trace of him being injured. So he simply shook his head and wondered why he had suddenly felt danger just now. Looking back towards Yang Kai, Hong Zhen was speechless. Although this first-order Saint King youth seemed quite battered, in reality, he hadn't suffered much damage. All of Hong Zhen's attacks had been blocked by the purple shield and Yang Kai's injuries were only some minor traumas caused by being thrown about. Also, at this moment, not only did this young man not show any signs of fear or intention to escape, he instead wore a look full of interest with a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hong Zhen. "You court death." Hong Zhen was furious. As an origin-returning realm master, being unable to kill a mere Saint King in short order while also suffering provocations again and again made Hong Zhen feel like he was being treated like some kind of entertainment, or a sideshow, further enraging him. Hong Zhen pushed his shirt out once more to cover Yang Kai, but in the next instant, he showed a look of shock, because, from this young man's body, an aura similar to his own shirt appeared, and although it was very incredibly light and weak, Hong Zhen was certain this was an embryonic form of shirt. As long as this kid was given enough time, he could definitely form his own shirt. How could that be? A couple dozen breaths ago this kid was still asking him what shirt was. So how could he achieve such a feat now? Did he figure all this out from just their brief fight? Considering this, Hong Zhen felt some cold sweat on his back. If this was really the case, then this kid was nothing less than a monster. Even Hong Zhen had taken 10 years after breaking through to the origin-returning realm to gradually understand the mysteries of Shur, and that was with the guidance and assistance of his sect elders. In terms of Shur, Hong Zhen was still just a novice, far from reaching the minor accomplishment stage. More importantly though, only those who reached the origin-returning realm could touch the threshold of Shur. Without reaching the origin-returning realm, there was no such thing as Shur. How did he do it? How did this little brat achieve even a vague understanding of what Shur was? Come again. Yang Kai saw Hong Zhen's expression fluctuate wildly as he just stood there, so he couldn't help calling out and urging, "What are you gawking at? Weren't we going to fight?" Not only was Yang Kai egging him on, Xia Hongwen was also constantly clamoring for Hong Zhen to kill Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai care about him now though? All Yang Kai wanted right now was to have an all-out fight with Hong Zhen now. If he could figure out this sure thing, what did it matter if he was beaten up a bit? Hong Zhen let out a light breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and shouting, "Senior brother, let's do this together. His artifact is too powerful. I can't break his defense alone." He didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. If it was anyone else, Hong Zhen wouldn't have asked his senior brother for help, but Yang Kai was just too frightening. If this boy wasn't beheaded today, once he grows up, he would become a true nightmare. As such, he didn't hesitate to ask his senior brother for help. The other origin-returning realm who was protecting Xie Hongwen heard this and couldn't help showing a look surprise. But he didn't ask anything and just nodded, "Sure." Saying so, he too went forward. Everyone was stunned. A First-Order Origin Realm Master, while facing a First-Order Saint King, actually asked for help, and the one he asked was also a First-Order Origin Realm Master. Ian felt the world spinning around him. Although he didn't understand the situation, he was at least able to tell that Yang Kai was truly dangerous and suddenly began feeling anxious. He didn't know whether thoroughly offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing both origin-returning realm masters come towards him, Yang Kai frowned as a hint of disappointment flashed across his face before he swiftly returned to the cave entrance. He could dance around with one origin-returning realm master, but two of them? Once the fight began, unless he tore space and escaped, Yang Kai was certain he would be killed. "Start it." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yen. Finally, Yang Yen nodded, forming a few strange hand seals that quickly activated the spirit array outside the cave. Suddenly, the surrounding space rippled slightly before becoming calm once again. Hong Zhen and his senior brother's faces both became restless, releasing their divine senses all around them, but to their surprise, were unable to discover anything. Before the spirit array was started, they could feel a vague sense of danger, but now that it was active, they couldn't sense anything, their divine senses moving about seemingly unobstructed. But despite all this, they knew that if they fell into the spirit array's range, they were bound to suffer. What are you standing around staring at? Quickly break this spirit array and grab those two women for me, Xia Hongwen shouted. The two Origin Realm Masters were helpless, so they summoned their artifacts and began fiercely attacking the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts these two carried weren't low quality, both of them Origin grade low rank. A set of 12 flying knives was used by Hong Zhen, each one of them a Saint King grade high rank artifact on their own, but combined together, their grade was promoted. Forming a straight line, these 12 knives constantly bombarded a specific location of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hong Zhen's senior brother was even more imposing, a great warhammer that shook the spirit array every time it struck. Ordinarily, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen couldn't even be detected, but once it was attacked it would reveal some traces. Those who weren't proficient in spirit arrays could only use brute force to break them. About 99% of people fell into this category. When such cultivators encountered a spirit array, they would attack it until it broke. This method of breaking through an array was both laborious and time-consuming. Sometimes, even if one broke a spirit array by force, they would still encounter backlash upon its destruction. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would search for weaknesses and steadily unravel them. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the two First-Order Origin Realm Masters fiercely pushed their Saint Chi to bombard the surrounding space in an effort to wear down Yang Yan's spirit array. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously as she shouted, "Yang Yan, stop them, quickly!" Last time, Yang Yan operated the spirit array in order to assist Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King Realm Masters, and as a result, none of the Su family managed to survive. Wu Yi naturally thought Yang Yan could do the same here again. However, Yang Yan shook her head and said, "If they enter the spirit array, I can guarantee they won't escape, but if they don't go in, there's nothing I can do." Spirit arrays had such a disadvantage. Although they were profound and powerful, if others were careful and avoided entering their scope, spirit arrays had no way of displaying their might. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yan smiled lightly. "Don't worry. That spirit array is for them to break." Yang Kai glanced over at her in surprise, but immediately understood that there was far more to the spirit array than meets the eye. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his senior brother broke the spirit array they were currently attacking, they would immediately charge forward, after which they would find themselves trapped in an even more powerful spirit array. The timidest of them all, Yang Yan, was perfectly at ease at this moment, so how couldn't Yang Kai see that she had something up her sleeve? What was truly ridiculous was that the two Origin returning Realm Masters had no idea about this and thought they were successfully breaking the spirit array apart. Hong Hong Hong. Hong Zhen's 12 flying knives and the other Origin Realm Master's warhammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, soon resulting in cracks forming, an indication it was on the verge of collapse. Xia Hongwen seemed to be tired of shouting and had decided to just wait expectantly, his eyes moving back and forth between Yang Yan and Wu Yi, the obscene look causing both of them to feel uncomfortable. Patriarch En and the other Haiku family elders and foreign elders stood side by side, sneering with derision, causing Wu Yi's stomach to turn. While the spirit array was being attacked, more than a dozen kilometers away, another group was rapidly approaching. Why do I hear sounds of combat? Among this group, an Origin Realm Master muttered in confusion. Hong Zhen and his senior brother attacking the spirit array had raised quite a ruckus, so even more than a dozen kilometers away others could easily hear the fallout. It must have been that boy provoking someone he should not have. A middle-aged man following behind glanced in the direction of the cave and secretly rejoiced, while continuing to maintain a desolate look upon his face as he cried out, "Senior Luo, that little bastard is simply insane." A few days ago he murdered more than 10 of my Su family's masters, including our patriarch and young master. My Su family has suffered unbearable losses. I beg Senior Luo to seek justice for my Su family. Luo Qing nodded lightly. I know. Su family's patriarch also helped me with some small matters in the past. This time I will help settle this matter for your Su family. If that boy understands his limits, then so be it. If he does not, I will teach them to him. Luo Qing emphasized the words, small matters, to remind everyone here that he would not go all out to help them this time. Many thanks, Senior Luo. Many thanks, Senior Luo. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, a group of people continued to thank Luo Qing. This group of people were cultivator from Su family, who, when they heard about the annihilation of their patriarch, elders, and foreign elders, feared the Su family would soon be destroyed. They immediately knew that there was no way for them to seek revenge with their paltry strength. So they instead rushed to Heavenly Fate City for help. The middle-aged man in the lead was Su Jibing, the cousin of the Su family patriarch Su Jikuan, and was just a second-order Saint King, yet he had managed to invite Luo Qing, an Origin Realm Master, to help them this time. Su Jibing understood his own worth and knew that with his strength and wealth, it would be impossible to move City Lord Fei Ji2 to support them, and the facts had proved him right. Even Patriarch En of the Haiku family, who brought extremely generous gifts with him, could not get Fei Ji2 to take him seriously. How could such a great man bother to meddle in the grievances between small families? If Ian didn't happen to meet Xiahong, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Jibing didn't even go to the City Lord's mansion, but instead went directly to Luo Qing, because he knew Luo Qing owed Su Jikuan a small favor and wouldn't be able to just stand idly by. Sure enough, when Su Jibing invited Luo Qing, the latter had agreed and quickly led a righteous crusade towards Dragon Cave Mountain. But before they had even arrived, they heard sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon reached the cave. Looking but forward, Luo Qing was quite startled and immediately flew over to Xiahong and saluted. Greetings, young Lord Xie. Xiahong was busy urging Hongzhen and his senior brother to break through the spirit array quickly. So when he heard Luo Qing, he too was quite surprised. Aren't you one of Treasure Trove Pavilion's guards? What are you doing here? Luo Qing quickly replied, Young Lord Xie, I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here, so I have come here today to seek justice from his killer. Xiahong nodded. So you've also come here to enforce justice. Nice. You've come at just the right time. Go over and help Hongzhen and I'll see to it you're rewarded appropriately. Humph. Those two wastes are really useless, taking so long to break through a simple spirit array. Although Luo Qing was a guard at Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was also a Shadow Moon Hall disciple. So naturally, he didn't dare disobey Xiahong's words and immediately nodded. I will respectfully obey young Lord Xie's command. Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and walked over to join forces with Hongzhen and his senior brother who were still attacking the spirit array. On the other side, Ian saw Su Jibing had also brought an Origin Realm helper, so he walked over and greeted him with a smile. Su Jibing greeted him with a few words, but was more puzzled about why the Haiku family had brought masters here to deal with Yang Kai. On top of that, Ian had apparently arrived here even before Su Jibing had. Although Su Jibing didn't understand what was happening, he didn't ask any questions. The Su family was no longer what it used to be. Under the watchful eye of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haiku family would not openly annex the Su family. However, slowly encroaching upon their territory and demanding some benefits from them was inevitable. Facing such a neighbor, Su Jibing could only show humility and hope that Ian would show some restraint. Ian was naturally very happy, although he felt a little uneasy before, with Su Jibing bringing another Origin returning Realm Master. Yang Kai's death was no assured. This time, Ian could eliminate Yang Kai while satisfying Xiahong's obscene desires, possibly even allowing the Haiku family to soar upwards in the near future. If Xiahong brought Wu Yi back with him, so long as Ian used her appropriately, the Haiku family's status would naturally rise and joining Shadow Moon Hall's inner circle wouldn't be just a dream. Ian just prayed that Xiahong wouldn't kill Wu Yi in anger. While thinking about this bright future though, Hongzhen's dissatisfied voice rang out. What are you doing? Hearing this angry shout, everyone turned their heads to the source and suddenly saw a strange scene. Luo Qing, the Origin Realm Master Su Jibing brought with him, was actually staring dumbly towards the cave entrance, holding his artifact in his hand but not pouring any of his Saint Qi into it. Seeing his appearance, it seemed that he had not attacked the spirit array. Hong Zhen and his senior brother both looked disgruntled and immediately rebuked. "If you aren't going to help, then step aside. The two of us will be enough." "Humph. This spirit array will soon be broken anyways. Whether you help or not is irrelevant." Just now, Xia Hong, when disparaging their strength, had caused Hong Zhen and his senior brother to feel indignant. At this moment, when the spirit array was about to break, they were naturally not willing to share credit with Luo Qing. "Wait, wait!" Luo Qing suddenly shouted as if he had just discovered something important, and with a hint of dread flashing across the depths of his eyes, he quickly went forward to prevent Hong Zhen and his senior brother from continuing their attack. "Luo Qing, we just told you to back down, and now what? What are you trying to do?" Hong Zhen shouted furiously. "What happened?" Xia Hong Wen's face also darkened. "Young lord, this guy not only didn't help but is actually obstructing us now. His brain must be damaged." Hong Zhen shouted. "I suspect he's on the same side as this youth." "Is that true?" Xia Hong looked sternly at Luo Qing. "Young Lord Xia, please listen to me." Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hands, swiftly walking over to Xia Hong Wen and whispering something in his ear. No one knew what was said, but Xia Hong Wen's face expression changed dramatically when he heard it and swiftly asked, "Really? It's true?" Luo Qing nodded repeatedly before saying in a low voice, "Young Lord Xia, please be patient. I will notify Elder Qian immediately." Having said so, without waiting for Xia Hong Wen to react, Luo Qing swiftly took out his communication-type artifact and poured his divine sense into it. "Bastard!" Xia Hong knocked Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground, while sending a gloomy look towards him before shooting a glare towards Yang Kai in the distance. Hong Zhen and the other Origin Realm Master didn't know what was happening and just looked at each other blankly. "What are they doing?" Yang Yen tilted her head curiously, muttering somewhat anxiously. "I have to wait for them to break in. They seem to be having some kind of disagreement." Yang Kai also couldn't figure out what was happening. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago and seemed to recognize him. However, Yang Kai was sure he had never met this person before. Yang Kai's memory was quite good, so if he had met this person before, he would definitely have some kind of impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai, but also En. The feeling of crisis in his heart that had all but disappeared a moment ago was now roaring back stronger than ever. En shot a glance over at Xia Hong Wen and actually discovered an extremely ugly look on this reckless evildoer young lord's face, as if he was struggling with a very difficult decision. En was incredibly frightened. Could it be that this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of incredibly strong background? If that wasn't the case, how could Xia Hong Wen show such a distressed look? If Yang Kai didn't have some kind of powerful backer with Xia Hong Wen's temper and character, he would definitely not relent. But Yang Kai didn't seem like someone with any background. Ian's heart was in turmoil. But soon, Xia Hong Wen made his decision and sternly yelled at Hong Zhen. "Why are you stopping? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Continue." "Yes." Hong Zhen and his senior brother responded immediately and once again attacked the spirit array. "Young Lord Xie must not." Luo Qing was shocked and hurriedly tried to intervene. Xia Hong Wen, however, just ignored Luo Qing's words and even kicked him rudely. "Get away!" Xia Hong Wen's strength wasn't high, but in the face of his kick, Luo Qing didn't dare to evade, allowing himself to be struck before taking a few steps backwards, standing firmly, and hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian is on his way. Please wait a moment, young Lord Xie. Otherwise, if Elder Qian becomes angry, this disciple will not be able to withstand it." Impudence! Xia Hong Wen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him with a sullen expression. "What this young lord wants to do cannot be dictated by you. If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll have you die too." Luo Qing's expression went cold and he really didn't open his mouth to speak again. Although he was a Shadow Moon Hall master at the Origin Returning Realm, He didn't have much of a background, so he opposes fight against Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and yell to Yang Kai, "Friend, hold on for a while. As long as you can resist for a short time, everything will be fine." Yang Kai frowned, unable to understand what this man was thinking, and soon shouting, "Do we know each other?" Luo Qing shook his head. "No," Yang Kai sneered. "Since we don't know each other, why would you help me?" Luo Qing's expression became awkward, knowing that his actions only made Yang Kai feel suspicious, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "Friend has not met me before, but I have seen you. Elder Qian Tong spread your image throughout Heavenly Fate City to all the shops which are associated with Shadow Moon Hall. We were told that if we meet you, we must treat you well. I am Luo Qing, a guard assigned to Treasure Trove Pavilion, so I have seen friend's image." Qian Tong. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, then soon realized what was going on. Qian Tong must have taken notice of him due to his last two transactions. Both times Yang Kai had purchased a large amount of materials while at the same time selling a number of high-quality Saint King grade artifacts, making him a high-priority client. After all, the highest-level artifact refiners on Shadowed Star were just Origin grade low rank. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were incredibly valuable, and there was no need to worry about finding buyers for them. However, that wasn't enough to explain this situation. Qian Tong didn't need to act so prudently if this was all he was concerned about. Yang Kai even felt that these actions had signs of flattery behind them. Qian Tong had even gone so far as to deliberately spread his image throughout Heavenly Fate City to all shops owned by Shadow Moon Hall and instructed them to treat him as a VIP. If this wasn't flattery, what was? Yang Kai was a loner, a mere third-order saint, so why would someone of Qian Tong's status feel the need to flatter him? Yang Kai wasn't stupid, and though his mind wasn't the sharpest out there, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to flatter him, but rather the one who was refining those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to flatter Yang Yen. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Yen and probably just assumed there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster standing behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded slightly before cupping his fists to Luo Qing and saying, "I appreciate friend's kind intentions, but there is no need to trouble Senior Qian Tong over this matter. We can handle it ourselves." Yang Kai didn't like owing other favors. Even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions, if he were to owe him a favor in the future, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to refuse a request. This was especially true since Qian Tong seemed to want to recruit him. The conversation between these two people was not done in secret, so it naturally entered everyone else's ears. When he heard these words, Su Zhibing fell to the ground limply while the other Su family members went pale and began trembling. Su Zhibing hadn't expected that taking advantage of a past grace to invite Luo Qing here would result in such a situation. With Yang Kai being related to Elder Qian Tong, what did his trivial Su family count for? If Su Zhibing had known this beforehand, he wouldn't have invited Luo Qing here at all. Although the patriarch, elder, and foreign elders had all died, the Su family still had a lot of members left in it, including many direct descendants, so there was still a chance for them to stage a comeback. But now that chance had been thoroughly destroyed by him. It was simply laughable. The other party hadn't come to destroy them while they had sought revenge when they weren't capable of doing so. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished to simply commit suicide here on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong were acquainted, it wasn't just the Su family people who began panicking. Everyone from the Haika family wore equally forlorn looks, with Ba Qingyan once again wiping his forehead with his soaking wet handkerchief. Ian's face was ashen as both his heart and body were spasming non-stop. He finally understood why he had been feeling so uneasy this whole time. It turns out it was because of this. He thought that when he boarded Xie Hongwen's ship, the Haiku family would experience nothing but smooth sailing. But what was Xie Hongwen in front of Qian Tong? The former was just a second-generation ancestor, relying on his father being a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to bluff and bluster all day long. But Qian Tong was a genuine elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xie Hongwen's father wouldn't dare speak loudly in front of Qian Tong, let alone Xie Hongwen. "It's over. It's all over." Ian's eyes filled with gloom as he struggled to remain standing, his face going from white to blue. If he had only known, how could he have possibly offended Yang Kai, even having thoughts of killing him as soon as possible. The Haika family had countless chances to make friends with Yang Kai, but they rejected them at every turn, none of them capable of seeing the bigger picture. Only Wu Yi and Yu Feng were able to make the right choice in this situation. But those two had already chosen to separate from the Haika family. What are all of you wastes doing? It's like your parents just died or something? Xia Hongwen spat angrily, trampling Ian and Su Jibing with his fat feet before stepping on them ruthlessly. At that moment, the spirit array outside the cave finally broke. Xia Hongwen smiled happily and shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at any cost." Hong Zhen and his senior brother were stunned for a moment, but soon understood Xia Hongwen's idea. In for a penny, in for a pound, he wanted to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qian Tong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qian Tong and even possibly be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall. But if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, the dead had no value. Elder Qian Tong wouldn't kill 2 Origin Realm Masters for a dead boy, not to mention if the sky really fell, Xia Hongwen and his father would be there to hold it up. They were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother didn't hesitate to unleash their killing intent and rush towards the cave, staring at Yang Kai as if he was already a dead man. "You dare!" Luo Qing was shocked. He never expected Xia Hongwen to be so ruthless, and by the time he realized it was too late for him to do anything about it, he could only watch as Hong Zhen and his senior brother short forward. With a sneer on his face, Xia Hongwen coldly snorted said, "Want to fight with me? Naive." Ian also felt like he had just gotten a second lease on life and showed a pleasant expression. Xia Hongwen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he most wanted to see. Hong Zhen and his senior brother were as fast as lightning, and before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shi burst forth and covered the entire region, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai in one shot. Yang Kai, however, just showed them a cold, meaningful grin, causing Hong Zhen and his senior brother's hearts to clench tight. Not good. There's another spirit array. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the woman in black robes form another set of seals and suddenly realized that he and his senior brother had fallen into a trap. The two of them tried to retreat, but they were a step too late as a sound rang out that caused his courage to completely break. "Start!" Yang Yen shouted aloud, and the scenery in front of the cave suddenly changed dramatically. A thick fog bank appeared, blocking everyone's vision and engulfing Hong Zhen and his senior brother in an instant. Yang Yen next formed a new set of hand seals while sending out her Saint Qi. Shouts and violent energy fluctuations soon erupted from the fog. The last time the Su family came here, Yang Yan's spirit array could only be used for defense, but now she had added a killing array as well. These spirit arrays alone, however, wouldn't be able to kill 2 Origin returning Realm Masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter as well, Hong Zhen and his senior brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing saw this and suddenly understood why Yang Kai had said such words before. It turned out that he really didn't need help from him. This profound spirit array could completely trap Origin Realm Masters and even wound them. As for killing these 2 Origin returning Realm Masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The Origin returning realm and Saint King realm couldn't be put on the same level. Even if they were a true genius, it would be impossible for a Saint King to kill an Origin Realm Master. "You can start," Yang Yen said lightly. Yang Kai nodded, condensing a new demonic flame sword. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a loud voice shouted, "Everyone stop!" Hearing this voice, Xia Hongwen shuddered and a look of panic appeared on his face. Qian Tong had arrived. Yang Kai also frowned. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to arrive so quickly. Not even hesitating, Yang Kai dove into the spirit array. The moment his body entered the fog, Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame sword in his hand and replaced it with a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a shocking vitality that even Yang Yan's spirit array was not able to completely conceal. Before Qian Tong arrived, Yang Kai had to quickly end this battle. Originally, he did not have such plans because the power Origin returning Realm Masters called Shi had piqued Yang Kai's interest greatly. Now that there were 2 Origin Realm Masters trapped in this spirit array, so long as he could kill them, he would be able to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Dao and perhaps learn about this sure thing. Once he was able to comprehend this mysterious force, Yang Kai's strength would definitely increase. How could he let such a rare opportunity slip through his fingers? As for how Qian Tong would react, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as Qian Tong wanted to forge a relationship with the artifact refining grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with Yang Kai, not to mention this time Yang Kai was the one forced to fight back. It wasn't like he killed these two masters for no reason. For these reasons, Yang Kai immediately used a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 1,000 golden blades that he launched towards where Hong Zhan and his senior brother were. These golden blades shot out at extreme speed, but in the next instant, as if they had sunk into a quagmire, their advance rapidly slowed. Yang Kai knew that this was the two masters' sure affecting his attack. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the sure of these two Origin Realm masters would be so difficult to deal with. Although Hong Zhan and his senior brother had fallen into Yang Yan's spirit array, that did not prevent their sure from hindering Yang Kai's golden blood-powered attack. However, this only strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill both of them. Dashing after the storm of golden blades, Yang Kai condensed another demonic flame sword and prepared to strike. Those outside the spirit array were shocked when they saw Yang Kai dive into the fog bank. But soon, they heard the screams of Hong Zhan and his senior brother, and immediately after, a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth, sending a figure flying out from inside the fog. The one who had been thrown out was, of course, Yang Kai. Currently, he was spitting blood and his body was covered in a number of dazzling golden wounds. His face was extremely pale and the demonic flame sword in his hand was greatly distorted as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone could see that his chest had sunk in deeply. Yang Kai! Wu Yi's face turned white as she rushed over to catch Yang Kai. The force of their collision forced her back a dozen steps before she barely managed to stand firm. Yang Kai spat another mouthful of golden blood as he staggered unsteadily. Waving to Wu Yi to indicate he was fine, Yang Kai took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and restoring his injuries at a rate visible to the naked eye. The scene went quiet, with the only sounds coming from the fog bank where Hong Zhan and his senior brother were moaning in pain. The two of them hadn't died, but besides Yang Yan, no one could see their current condition. Who dares disobey this old master's command? A figure soon fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. As this old man's eyes swept his surroundings, all who fell into his line of sight couldn't help shivering. Even Xie Hongwan was trembling violently, unable to even speak. Elder Qian. Luo Qing hurried forward and cupped his fists to Qian Tong. Nephew Yang? After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he inquired about was Yang Kai's condition. But before Luo Qing could answer, Qian Tong found Yang Kai, who was currently healing. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Qian Tong immediately understood that Yang Kai had suffered serious injuries and his old face became even more ferocious, as if he was a volcano about to erupt. Behind Yang Kai was an Origin-grade artifact refiner. Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left to live, and if a suitable replacement couldn't be found before his death, Shadow Moon Hall would lose its ability to refine or maintain Origin-grade artifacts, forcing them to request services from other great forces instead. This wasn't just about a single Origin-grade artifact refiner. It was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to stand in line with other top-tier forces. If they needed to depend on others for all their Origin-grade artifact refining and maintenance, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, as soon as Qian Tong received word from Luo Qing about this incident, he had immediately rushed over to see who dared stir up trouble for Yang Kai. He had clearly distributed Yang Kai's image to everyone of importance in Heavenly Fate City. Yet someone still brought people to attack him. What kind of bear hearts and leopard galls these people eat. Now, seeing Yang Kai injured, he had to step forward. But before he could move more than a single pace, Qian Tong paused once more and stared towards the still active spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he called out hoarsely, "A Grandmaster-level spirit array?" Qian Tong's strength was higher than that of Hong Zhan and the other Origin Realm masters present, and his knowledge and experience were also far greater, so at a glance, He was able to see that this spirit array could not have been arranged by an ordinary master. Even with his divine sense and cultivation, Qian Tong wasn't able to peer through it. There were many people surrounding Yang Kai at the cave entrance, all of them staring vigilantly towards Qian Tong. Seeing this, Qian Tong immediately realized that they were very wary of him and understood that now may not be the best time to approach. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill on him. Its healing effects are quite good. If you'd like, please take it." Saying so, Qian Tong tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him or even respond at the moment, but Qian Tong had to do this in order to make his position clear to everyone. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yan, and the others all relaxed noticeably, with Wu Yi reaching out and taking the jade bottle while saying politely, "Many thanks, senior." As Wu Yi spoke, she showed no emotion on her face, but in her heart great storms were raging. The Wild Rose pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill whose main ingredient was the Saint King grade high-rank Scarlet Wild Rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An ordinary origin grade low-rank alchemist who refined 10 furnaces of Wild Rose pills would be lucky to succeed 3 times. The difficulty of refining this healing pill was no less than that of an origin grade low-rank pill. How could Qian Tong treat Yang Kai so attentively? What was the relationship between them that even a Wild Rose pill could be freely gifted? If she hadn't brought back Yang Kai from Starry Sky personally, and knew that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi would definitely think Yang Kai was the son of some Shadow Moon Hall elder. Just as she was about to take out the Wild Rose pill and feed it to Yang Kai's weak voice called out, "No need." Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't use Qian Tong's pill. Firstly, the healing pill he had just taken was one he had personally refined, and although the grade was slightly worse than the Wild Rose pill, it was still quite good. On top of that, even without any auxiliary pills to help him, with his incredibly resilient physique, Yang Kai would still be able to quickly recover after a short period of cultivation. The second, and main reason Yang Kai didn't take this pill though, was that he wasn't sure what side Qian Tong would stand on. If he stood in opposition to him, he would soon have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong had shown goodwill towards him the moment he arrived, raising Yang Kai's opinion of him. Regardless of his true purpose for showing him favor, Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent from Qian Tong at least. "What happened? Explain everything to me carefully." Qian Tong's face became gloomy again as his eyes went from the still trembling Xiahong one to the still active spirit array as he asked Luo Qing. Luo Qing didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately explained what had happened before Qian Tong arrived. After hearing that Xiahong Wen had dared try to kill Yang Kai after being informed of his order, Qian Tong became enraged and immediately slapped Xiahong Wen in front of everyone's eyes, sending him tumbling through the air several dozen meters before smashing into the ground. Elder Qian. Xiahong Wen's courage completely broke. Several of his teeth fell from this mouth and his cheeks swelled up fat. But he didn't dare issue a single complaint and just called out pitifully, "If your father wasn't a deacon, you'd be dead already." Qian Tong glared over at him coldly. Hearing this, hatred flashed across the depths of Xiahong Wen's eyes, but he still quickly kowtowed. "Many thanks, Elder Qian, for showing mercy." Since Qian Tong's words indicated he didn't intend on killing him, Xiahong Wen was able to regain his composure and quickly discovered that his clothes were soaked with sweat. "Don't hurry to thank me. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Whether you live or die will be up to Nephew Yang." Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xiahong Wen froze up once more. He had never imagined that this little brat he had been looking down upon so arrogantly just a moment ago would now be in control of his life. When he thought about his attitude and approach just before, Xiahong Wen desperately wanted to cry but was unable to shed any tears. If his fate landed in the hands of this little brat, was there any way he could survive? Just what kind of origin did he have that would cause Elder Qian Tong to show such favoritism towards him? Not only was Xiahong Wen unable to figure this out, everyone from the Su family and Haiku family were just as lost. Wu Yi, Yu Feng and all the others on their side were also confused, but although they didn't understand everything, They did know that they had passed through this crisis and all wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong set his sights on Su Jibing, who had collapsed on the ground, and declared firmly, "From now on, there is no more Su family." Su Jibing completely fainted while the other Su family cultivators went deathly pale. They were originally a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall, so let alone an elder like Qian Tong, even Xiahong Wan would be able to destroy their Su family if he wanted to. The Su family's hearts were filled with regret. If they hadn't tried to seek revenge, they could have at least preserved the last remnants of their foundation and possibly even made a comeback in the future. But after Qian Tong made this declaration, they knew there would not be a Su family here ever again. "Yes, disciple will see to it." Luo Qing nodded before turning to the remaining Su family cultivators and saying, "Follow me." The Su family cultivators knew their future would be bleak, but none of them dared to disobey, two of them going forward and picking up the unconscious Su Jibing before all of them followed behind Luo Qing. "Haiku family?" Qian Tong turned his head to look at Ian. Ian's whole body shivered as he went forward and shouted, "Ian greets Elder Qian. Please show mercy, Elder Qian." Ian was muddled before. "Mercy, Elder Qian." Qian Tong smiled coldly. "You'll keep your life for a little while longer. As for how to process you, that will be up to Nephew Yang. Revenge was best exacted by oneself." With a single sentence, Qian Tong had destroyed the Su family, so if he were to completely destroy the Haiku family now, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't have somewhere to vent his anger, how could Qian Tong discuss anything else with him? Listening to Qian Tong's words, Ian's face went pale. He felt that falling into Yang Kai's hands would definitely not end well for him. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up, and although his face was still pale, his Saint Chi aura was at least somewhat stable. "Stop the spirit array." Yang Kai called out to Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog dispersed, revealing the empty space in front of the cave to everyone's eyes. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his senior brother, everyone drew a sharp breath. Just now, when Yang Kai had been blown out of the fog bank, he had looked seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his senior brother would be fine. But now it was obvious that these two's injuries were far more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered with blood, and it could be said that there wasn't an unscarred placed on them. Hong Zhen had lost an arm while his senior brother had lost a leg. The two sat together, their faces pale and filled with dread as they kept glancing around. With a sigh, Yang Kai knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm cultivators. He had thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, he would be able to kill them. But the moment he launched his attack, he realized that he was wrong. The power of their Shur was amazing, and with their two Shurs overlapping, they were able to interfere with Yang Kai's movements, slow down his attack, and even sense what direction he was attacking from. Without using his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have even been able to injure them. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood, but thanks to their Shurs, he was only able to cut off one of their arms and one of their legs. This poor return on investment filled him with annoyance. A drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of dedicated cultivation, not something he could casually waste. Hong Zhen and his senior brother shouldn't have much fighting strength at this moment, to the point where any Saint Realm cultivator could easily kill them, but with Qian Tong here it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai to kill them as, regardless of the circumstances, they all belonged to Shadow Moon Hall. Shooting Hong Zhen and his senior brother a glance laced with regret, Yang Kai walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang, this old man is ashamed he arrived late and allowed you to experience something frightening." Qian Tong welcomed him and said with a look of fear. While speaking, he was quietly glancing over towards the cave, worried the origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would be dissatisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was extremely annoyed with himself right now. He had tried so many ways to forge a friendly relationship between Yang Kai and Shadow Moon Hall, but this waste, Xia Hongwen, had actually ruined all his previous efforts. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any mortal wounds or even 2 serious injuries. On top of that, the origin-grade artifact refiner behind him had still yet to show themselves, allowing Qian Tong to slightly relax. If the artifact refining Grandmaster really became angry with Shadow Moon Hall, he would surely appear personally to speak, but since he hadn't shown up yet, it was obvious he was incredibly confident in Yang Kai's ability to handle this situation. This all only made Qian Tong more certain of his previous conjectures and caused him to act with greater prudence. It wasn't surprising that Qian Tong couldn't see through the truth of this matter, though. Yang Yan's existence was simply too unbelievable. Qian Tong would never be able to imagine that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious. Junior wasn't affected in any major way. Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied. Qian Tong gave him a good impression, so even if he was showing goodwill with some selfish intentions, that was simply the way of the world. Qian Tong hadn't plotted against him or used dishonest means to entrap him. And since Yang Kai had to establish a presence on Shadowed Star, forging a friendship with this Shadow Moon Hall elder wasn't a bad idea. As such, Yang Kai lowered his posture greatly and assumed the stance of a junior in front of him, allowing Qian Tong's heart to calm down further. Good, very good. Qian Tong nodded. I'll return Elder Qian's Wild Rose pill back. Junior has some healing pills on him already, so I temporarily have no need of it. Elder Qian's intentions are enough, Yang Kai said before handing back the Wild Rose pill. Qian Tong's eyes flashed and he immediately understood that Yang Kai was unwilling to owe him a favor, so he didn't press the issue, retrieving the Wild Rose pill with a big laugh. In Qian Tong's opinion, Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him, so he obviously wouldn't lack good things. How could he care about a trivial healing pill? Nephew Yang, I have already settled the issue of the Su family. Luo Qing will handle the matter in a way that will surely satisfy you. As for the Haiku family, seeing how they seem to have some relationship with you, I'll let Nephew Yang deal with them personally. Qian Tong was an old fox, so he naturally knew how to handle such situations. He hadn't acted too forcefully just now because he had seen many cultivators of the Haiku family standing beside Yang Kai. While he didn't recognize most of them, Qian Tong had some slight impressions of Wu Yi as she was one of the best disciples of the Haiku family. Yang Kai nodded to express his thanks before glancing over at Ian. The latter, going pale and unsteadily, walked forward and bowed. My family and I had eyes but failed to see. When Your Excellency arrived, not only did my Haiku family fail to show hospitality, but also committed several serious offenses. I request Your Excellency mete out an appropriate punishment. Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking this Ian was only harming himself by trying to act clever. If he had apologized sincerely and begged for mercy, out of consideration for Wu Yi and her followers' faces, Yang Kai may have not tried to hold him accountable. But Ian claiming he had failed to show hospitality was obviously him implying that Yang Kai was a guest on Dragon Cave Mountain, while the Haiku family was his host. And a guest embarrassing the host in his home was never appropriate. Qian Tong could also read the hidden meaning of this old man's words and couldn't help sneering before closing his eyes, apparently disinterested in watching this cheap performance. Although your Haiku family never acted directly against me, those who dare to threaten and annoy me are not worthy of me showing mercy. Yang Kai looked at Ian coldly, causing the latter's knees to weaken and nearly give out. However, Yang Kai continued, your lives mean nothing to me either way, so if you want to survive, ask Wu Yi yourself. Ian gawked for a moment before a surge of joy welled up inside him as he kneeled down and kowtowed. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for sparing our lives. Ian immediately understood that the Haiku family would not perish today, as no one knew Wu Yi's temperament better than him. As long as he asked, Wu Yi would definitely not kill them. After all, she still had attachments to the family. Go away! Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Ian quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, trying to come up with the best way to speak to her. Nephew Yang's forgiving heart is admirable. If it was this elder, he would directly kill them all. Death ends all troubles, Qian Tong commented. Yang Kai smiled slightly but didn't say anymore. It was impossible for him to really kill En in front of Wu Yi. If it was during a battle, then that was another story, but with En not able to put up any resistance, killing him became unimportant. No matter how clever En tried to be, with his current strength, Yang Kai had no reason to fear him. Nephew Yang, how do you want to handle this little bastard? No matter what decision you make, this old master will support you unconditionally. Qian Tong stretched out one of his hands and grabbed the swollen-faced Xia Hong when before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared down at Xia Hong Wen with an indifferent look. However, Qian Tong was keenly aware that there was a thick murderous intent flashing in the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing the former to feel somewhat startled. Yang Kai had not revealed any murderous intent towards Yen just now, but facing Xia Hong Wen, it seemed he really wanted to murder him. Xia Hong Wen dying wasn't a big deal, but with his father being a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall, once Yang Kai killed him, there would still be some trouble. The subtle expression on Qian Tong's face was not missed by Yang Kai. If Qian Tong was truly indifferent, Yang Kai wouldn't hesitate to kill Xia Hong Wen here and now. After all, one should beat a snake to death to avoid future calamity. The performance of the Su family these past few days perfectly illustrated this point. But reading the meaning behind Qian Tong's words and expressions, Yang Kai understood that killing Xia Hong Wen would cause problems even for him. How powerful could a deacon be, though? Could he even cause problems for an elder? Yang Kai quickly realized that Qian Tong wasn't afraid of Xia Hong Wen's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hong Wen's father, similar to how he didn't want to become friends with Yang Kai, but the powerful Grandmaster artifact refiner behind him. Understanding this, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. Xia Hong Wen had brought 2 Origin Realm Masters here to cause trouble, and if not for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if Yang Kai was confident he could still escape, Wu Yi and Yang Yan would have ended up in a terrible situation. This matter couldn't just be brushed aside. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent growing stronger by the moment, as if he would strike in the next instant, Qian Tong kicked Xia Hong Wen's stomach and sent with a rolling while cursing. "You little animal, tarnishing my Shadow Moon Hall's face wherever you go. Do you think just because your father is a deacon you can act however you please? Do you think this old master doesn't dare to clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess by killing you right now?" Xia Hong Wen's face changed greatly as he hurriedly crawled back, latching onto Qian Tong's thigh and crying, "Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows is wrong. Disciple won't dare commit such acts again. After today I will certainly return to Shadow Moon Hall to enter secluded penance. Please spare my life, Elder Qian." Qian Tong quietly glanced over at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent had not diminished at all, causing him to sigh in his heart knowing that if he couldn't satisfy him quickly, Xia Hong Wen would definitely die, raising his voice in anger and shouting, "A mere Saint King dares to act so wantonly, thinking himself invincible in the world? It was clearly a mistake to allow you to have 2 Origin Realm Masters as guards. It was definitely them who gave you the courage to dare oppose this old master's words. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards first." Saying so, Qian Tong raised his hand and sent out 2 Saint Chi blades towards Hong Zhen and his senior brother, who were even now unable to catch their breath. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape from the clutches of death just now, and although one had lost an arm and one had lost a leg, they were simply glad to be alive. But when Qian Tong's words rang out, by the time they reacted, the former's strike had already arrived in front of them. "Elder Qian, mercy." Hong Zhen was terrified and called out in panic, but by the time his words ended, there was a new hole in his forehead and the forehead of his senior brother. As their eyes quickly grew dim, the 2 Origin Realm Masters died. Xia Hong Wen froze up, a foul smell overflowing from the ground beneath him, his face as pale as paper. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to actually kill these 2 Origin Realm Masters. From Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai had at first thought he was subtly reminding him that Xia Hong Wen's background was strong, and that he should show mercy where possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to take a step back and extract some compensation out of Xia Hong Wen in exchange for not killing him. But in the blink of an eye, 2 Origin returning Realm Masters had actually been killed. After gawking for a moment, Yang Kai became overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to stealthily absorb the 2 remnant souls into his knowledge sea, then, using the golden light to purify them. Even after using a drop of golden blood and Yang Yan's profound spirit array, Yang Kai had been unable to kill these 2, causing him a lot of annoyance as it meant losing a great opportunity to learn about Shi. But now Qian Tong had finished them off for him. However, Yang Kai soon understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Both Hong Zhen and his senior brother had been crippled. So even though they hadn't died, their futures were incredibly bleak. There was no pill in this world that could completely regenerate broken limbs. By sacrificing these two essentially worthless origin realm cultivators, Qian Tong could calm Yang Kai's anger and save Xia Hongwen. And sure enough, after the death of Hong Zhen and his senior brother, the haze clouding Yang Kai's face finally eased, allowing Qian Tong to breathe a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai's expression had relaxed only because he was able to obtain the two remnant souls of these origin realm masters, allowing him to finally learn about Shi. Lightly coughing while suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the culprit has suffered a grave punishment already, I'll let this matter end here. I'll only advise young Lord Xie to consider his actions more carefully in the future." "Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks, elder brother. Many thanks, elder Qian." Xia Hongwen wept as he continued offering his thanks. "Why haven't you scrammed yet?" Qian Tong shouted angrily, resulting in Xia Hongwen quickly standing up and flying off unsteadily, not daring to stay here any longer. Afraid he might lose the life he had barely managed to hang on to just now. After the dispute was resolved, everyone was satisfied. Yang Kai obtained the soul remnants from two origin returning realm masters, allowing him to absorb their sentiments of the heavenly way and martial Tao while studying Shi. Naturally, he was quite happy. As for Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai had no choice but to give Qian Tong face. If he had really insisted on killing Xia Hongwen, Qian Tong would probably have become disgruntled with him. The cost wasn't worth it. On the other hand, Qian Tong managed to save Xia Hongwen and was very satisfied. Although Yang Kai was young, he at least understood how to advance and retreat, an admirable quality. All in all, it ended with a win-win situation. "Elder Qian, many thanks for your efforts here. Junior will not forget this." Yang Kai thanked him with cupped fists. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived so quickly, he would definitely have killed everyone here, including Xia Hongwen, and if Xia Hongwen died, he wouldn't have been able to remain here any longer. There was still a lot of space spirit crystals beneath Dragon Cave Mountain, so if for nothing else, Yang Kai had to thank Qian Tong for giving him more time to mine it clean. "Nephew Yang is too polite," Qian Tong laughed. "This old master didn't do anything. On the other hand, Nephew Yang is a true dragon among men, severely wounding Hong Zhen with just a first-order Saint Realm cultivation. Nephew Yang's future achievements will certainly be limitless. I cannot take credit for this. I was simply relying on the power of the spirit array." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qian Tong had a clear understanding of the situation as he had taken quite a few looks at the spirit array already. However, because the spirit array was currently inactive, Qian Tong couldn't examine its mysteries at all, shocking him greatly. Now, he guessed that the master behind Yang Kai was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner but also a powerful array master. His guess was, of course, correct, but Qian Tong was completely off about this master's identity. The artifacts were refined by Yang Yen, and the spirit array here was also arranged by her. The master he was looking for was right in front of his eyes, but unfortunately, Qian Tong had no way of knowing this. "Does Nephew Yang have a place to settle down?" Qian Tong asked. "If not, this old master can recommend you to Shadow Moon Hall. With Nephew Yang's aptitude after entering Shadow Moon Hall, you will surely become a core disciple. Is Nephew Yang interested?" Yang Kai, of course, knew what Qian Tong was thinking and immediately shook his head. "No thank you. I quite enjoy living here. Junior is used to living freely and doesn't understand proper etiquette. If I were to really enter a sect, I'm afraid I would just end up embarrassing myself." Qian Tong smiled faintly and immediately put aside this issue. He knew if he were to continue pestering here, the efforts he just made would be squandered. Instead, Qian Tong made several glances towards the cave while remaining in place, waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit. The origin-grade artifact refiner and array master behind Yang Kai must currently be resting in the cave, so if Qian Tong could get invited in, he might be lucky enough to meet this man. Qian Tong didn't speak, but Yang Kai also remained silent. Right now, Yang Kai was anxious to enter retreat to research this strange thing called Shi, so how could he have to mood to say anything further? The problem was he also didn't make it clear he wanted Qian Tong to leave. The two of them both glanced back and forth at one another, the situation quickly growing somewhat awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi arrived with Yang Yan and politely offered her greetings, breaking the awkward air. Good, good, good. Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haiku family? Yes, but I have separated from the family and now only follow senior brother Yang. Wu Yi replied softly. Very good. Following nephew Yang will definitely give you a more promising future than remaining in the Haiku family. You have good vision, little girl, work hard. It would be best if you can tie down nephew Yang in body and mind. This damn old fart. Spouting off unnecessary nonsense. Yang Kai cursed to himself. Wu Yi's face turned red as she pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. This Wu Yi's future is quite limited, not worthy of being joined to senior brother Yang. She didn't mean to belittle herself, but after seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she truly felt that very few women would be worthy of Yang Kai, and she was definitely not one of them. Moreover, she currently wasn't interested in pursuing matters between men and women. Qian Tong had spoke casually just now, so she responded in kind. This is... Qian Tong then set his sights on Yang Yan. Since she could follow Wu Yi here, her position in Yang Kai's circle was certainly not low, so Qian Tong would not neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai did not wait for Yang Yan to speak and took the initiative to introduce her as such. Wu Yi and Yang Yan both turned looks of surprise to him. Oh, so she's nephew's junior sister, very good. She is a saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added specifically. Qian Tong's eyes brightened, seemingly very happy, letting out a big laugh as he nodded. So young yet already a saint-grade artifact refiner. And it seems nephew's junior sister's achievements won't be lower than your own in the future. Naturally, junior sister is truly amazing. Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought the disciples in my sect were already quite good, but seeing your senior brother and junior sister's talents today, my eyes have been opened. It's unfortunate that nephew Yang and your junior sister don't want to join my Shadow Moon Hall. Afterwards, if we must join a sect, Shadow Moon Hall will be our first choice. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good. This old master will wait for good news from nephew Yang then. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't intend to welcome him inside, Qian Tong didn't press the issue, talking about a few other minor things before saying goodbye and flying off. Before he could go far, though, Qian Tong suddenly turned back. What else does Elder Qian wish to discuss? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Qian Tong quickly asked, does nephew Yang want to attend the Treasure Trove Pavilion's upcoming auction? Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in auctions before and currently, he didn't have any interest in doing so. What he wanted to do right now was study sure. Just as he was about to refuse though, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi and Yang Yan wearing looks of anticipation. So he quickly changed what he was about to say. When will the auction take place? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written above. If nephew Yang has the time to go and see, even if you don't purchase anything, it will still be a nice way to relax. Naturally, if nephew Yang has anything good to sell, it will be a good opportunity to earn some Saint crystals. Things often sell for more at auctions after all. Yang Kai accepted the invitation but didn't look at it, simply handing it over to Wu Yi before saying, if I have time, I'll attend. Good. When the time comes, this old master will also attend. Nephew Yang can simply report this old master's name at the event if you need anything, Qian Tong said before leaving once more. After Qian Tong had truly left, Yang Kai glanced around and discovered that the Haiku family had disappeared. Yang Kai didn't know what happened to them, but it was obvious Wu Yi had not embarrassed them. Yang Kai, why did you say I was your junior sister? Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Let's go back first. Yang Kai beckoned to her, not explaining right away. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and the former Haiku family disciples all stared at Yang Kai with admiration and worship, seriously wounding two Origin Realm masters, even with the assistance of a powerful spirit array, was not something any ordinary man could accomplish. There were too many outsiders around just now, so all of them could only behave calmly, but now they were free to reveal their shock and reverence. Go back and cultivate. Yang Kai waved at them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yen to his own stone room and closing the doors behind him. Seeing Yang Kai's solemn appearance, Wu Yi and Yang Yen couldn't help becoming serious themselves, understanding he had something important to say, otherwise he wouldn't be showing such a face. Aren't you wondering why Qian Tong is so partial to me? Yang Kai asked the biggest question the two of them had. Yes. Wu Yi nodded. He naturally has a reason for it. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yen. That reason is you, Wu Yi asked thoughtfully. Because of Yang Yan's spirit array abilities? Yang Kai shook his head. Because Yang Yen is an origin-grade artifact refiner. What? Wu Yi called out in fright. After Wu Yi came here, Yang Yen had never refined any artifacts, spending all her time arranging the spirit arrays around the cave. So she was completely unaware that Yang Yen possessed such ability. But now that Yang Kai had explained the situation, Wu Yi immediately understood why Qian Tong showed such an attitude towards Yang Kai. Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, but he doesn't know that person is Yang Yen. He also probably thinks that this imaginary artifact refiner is my master. Yang Kai spoke his guess. I see. Him treating you favorably is because he wants to forge a friendship with that imaginary master. Wu Yi nodded. Right? I didn't know that the best artifact refiners on Shadowed Star were just origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I would not have sold those artifacts before. Now it's too late to try to conceal all of this. Fortunately, Qian Tong doesn't dare to offend an artifact refiner of this level and can only try to win them over, so we're not in any immediate danger. Yang Kai said before staring deeply at Yang Yen and saying, From now on, you can't publicize the fact that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner. Your strength is too low. Once you're found out, others will definitely try to capture you. Yang Yen muttered. Even if I tell everyone, none of them will believe me. She had worked at the artifact refining pavilion in Heavenly Fate City for a time and was constantly advertising her true artifact refiner grade, but no one had ever believed her or provided her with origin-grade materials to perform artifact refining. In any case, you can't say that anymore, otherwise it will be a disaster for us. Yang Kai said solemnly. Understood. I understand. Yang Yen nodded. Yang Kai was helpless, thinking that he and Yang Yen were total opposites. He wished to conceal his alchemy skill from the world and looked forward to others underestimating him. Yang Yen, on the other hand, seemed to want everyone to know about her abilities, but in the end, she too was still perfectly fine. The world was a strange place. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yen was a saint-grade artifact refiner and that she was your junior sister. So it was like this? Wu Yi said thoughtfully, understanding Yang Kai's intentions. Yes, with Qian Tong thinking there's an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, it's only normal I have a junior sister who is a saint-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai believed that Qian Tong would believe the words he said, and as long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, he would be absolutely safe here. With Qian Tong's protection, incidents like with the Su family wouldn't occur again. I see. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then go about your own business. I must enter retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big Brother Yang, about the treasure trove pavilion's auction. Wu Yi bit her lip and asked, You want to go? Yang Kai knit his brow. He hadn't expected that not only Wu Yi, but even Yang Yen would nod, the two of them seemingly quite looking forward to this event. If you want to go, then just go. There was no need for Yang Kai to stop them. In his opinion, this auction would be an eye-opening experience for these two, a chance for them to see the broader world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some worldly wisdom, she couldn't compare to those disciples with great backgrounds. As for Yang Yen, she had seemingly been quite miserable and poor her whole life, so what she had seen was definitely not much. It was only natural for her to take interest in this auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I haven't exited my retreat, then I won't attend. Just be careful by yourselves. Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yen. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and sank his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared before two masses of pure spiritual energy and stared at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had managed to collect the remnant soul of an origin-returning realm master. Never before had any origin-returning realm master died close enough to him for Yang Kai to do this. As such, Yang Kai had never been able to refine an origin realm master's perceptions of the heavenly way and martial Tao, causing him to not know much about this new realm or the power called Shi. If it wasn't for his battle with Hongzhen today, Yang Kai likely wouldn't have had an opportunity to learn about Shi for a long time. This mysterious strength held great attraction for him. Facing an origin realm expert had caused Yang Kai some alarm. He had always been fighting against opponents in higher realms than his own. He was able to defeat Immortal Ascension Masters when in the True Element boundary, Saints in the Immortal Ascension boundary, and Saint Kings in the Saint realm. Now that he had reached the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had assumed he would be able to defeat First-Order Origin Realm cultivators, but reality turned out far different from how he expected. The Origin Returning Realm and Saint King Realm were fundamentally different, and it was all due to Shi. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai drew these two soul remnants towards himself and carefully began to absorb the insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao contained within them. If the way he absorbed soul's remnants before was like stuffing his face, Yang Kai's current behavior was more akin to slowly savoring these two souls' taste. This was a rare opportunity, and if he didn't take full advantage of it, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to comprehend what this sure thing was, and the next time he faced an Origin Realm Masters, he would be unable to resist it. Time passed by as Yang Kai slowly but steadily absorbed these two souls, delicately squeezing every essence out of them. 2 days later, when he had finished consuming the two pure soul remnants, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He now vaguely understood what Shi was, but due to the strength of Hongzhen and his senior brother not being very high, only First-Order Origin Returning Realm, they only had a basic comprehension of Shi and its application. Since Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on these two peoples, naturally it too wasn't in any way complete. An Origin Realm Master's Shi wasn't something intangible like fighting spirit, imposing manner, or killing intent. Things masters honed and developed over years of cultivation and killing, and would erupt almost involuntarily during the battle. However, these invisible auras were a component of Shi. The Shi of an Origin Realm Master was a combination of their fighting intent, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy, woven together into a physical phenomenon which could be used directly in combat. A cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and heavenly way had to reach a certain height before they could condense Shi. Shi was invisible, but it had physical presence as well as formidable suppression ability and lethality. Why could Origin Realm Masters easily kill Saint Kings? It was because of the absolute suppressive strength of Shi. The reason Yang Kai wasn't able to kill Hongzhen and his senior brother with a drop of golden blood wasn't because that drop was lacking strength, but rather because the overlapping Shis of those two had greatly impeded the speed of the golden blood's attack. With the golden blood blades greatly slowed, the two Origin Realm Masters were able to perceive where they would be struck and move to avoid suffering fatal wounds. If not for this, they would have died. Comprehending Shi was very difficult. Hongzhen had broken through to the Origin Returning Realm more than 10 years ago but had only just begun to condense his own Shi. His senior brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. On top of this, Yang Kai also learned a certain truth. Only after one's Shi reached the grand accomplishment stage could they attempt to break through to the Origin King realm. Even though Qian Tong was already a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master, Yang Kai estimated that his comprehension of Shi had not reached the grand accomplishment stage. This meant that no matter how hard he cultivated or how much he managed to enhance his Saint Qi before he completely condensed his own Shi, it would be impossible to advance his cultivation realm again. This was the biggest obstacle obstructing his path and once that could not be crossed easily. This was probably an important reason why the number of Origin King Realm Masters was so low throughout the Hung Luo star field. Achieving such a cultivation not only required great strength but a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately started his own research on Shi. He discarded the dregs in Hongzhen and his senior brother's comprehension of Shi while inserting his own insights and opinions. doing his best to coalesce his will, Saint Qi, and spirit energy. During his battle against Hong Zhen, Yang Kai had faintly touched upon the mysteries of Shi, but that touch was fleeting and light. Now, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't recall or replicate the sensation he felt at that time, causing Yang Kai to feel a little annoyed. Yang Kai tried again and again but always felt something was wrong. 10 days later, Yang Kai gave up his current attempt to study Shi. He feels that his strength was still a bit too low. If he reached the second or third order Saint King realm, the process should become much smoother. After all, this profound force belonged to the origin returning realm. Being able to superficially understand it was already quite remarkable. Yang Kai wasn't one to plow the air, so after considering all this, he immediately got up and decided to wait for his cultivation to improve before trying again. If he could absorb a few more origin returning realm soul remnants during this time, Yang Kai was sure he could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Just after opening his stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi run over while shouting happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why do you seem so excited?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. "It's time for the treasure trove pavilion auction," Wu Yi answered quickly. "It's today." Yang Kai was surprised, thinking it was a bit too coincidental. Wu Yi nodded and leaned closer to Yang Kai, whispering in his ear. Yang Yan refined an origin-grade mid-rank artifact and an origin-grade low-rank artifact to sell at the auction. "Is she insane?" Yang Kai was frightened and exclaimed, "Where is she?" "I'm here." Yang Yan's figure appeared behind him. "What are you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her with a stern face. "Didn't I just tell you not to go around showing off? Are you really worried others won't have their eyes on you? How could you have forgotten so quickly?" Yang Yan just grinned though and said, "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I was the one who refined these artifacts? It will still attract too much attention." Yang Kai shook his head. "Shadowstar's best artifact refiners are only origin-grade low-rank. How are you going to explain the sudden appearance of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact? Big brother Yang doesn't need to worry about that." Wu Yi smiled slightly. Although the artifact refiners on Shadowed Star don't have such skill, there are still a number of origin-grade mid-rank and even high-rank artifacts present, so the appearance of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much trouble. Yang Kai frowned for a moment but soon understood that while the current levels of the artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star were low, that didn't mean it was always so. Good artifacts could be kept in storage for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without degrading, and Shadowed Star definitely had such legacy items. There may even be Origin King-grade artifacts somewhere on this Cultivation Star, but if there were, they would definitely be treated as foundational pillars of great sex, things not easily taken out and used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed greatly and nodded. Although that may be the case, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade. Why not keep them for our own use? Where are we going to get Saint Crystals to buy material to enhance the spirit array without selling artifacts? Yang Yan snorted. "We're dirt poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity to earn some money." Yang Kai also suddenly recalled this point. Yang Yan arranging spirit arrays was indeed equivalent to burning money, but thanks to her spirit array, Hong Zhen and his senior brother had been blocked last time, so this matter couldn't be treated haphazardly. Rather, it was of utmost priority. "What artifacts did you refine? Let me see." Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi was very excited to quickly took out two offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip while the other was a pair of twin daggers. Yang Kai knew at a glance that these two artifacts were refined using the 9th Order monster beast scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's stinger and pincers. Both sent of potent energy fluctuations and had extremely beautiful designs, ones that were particularly suited for women to use. Yang Yan was really black-bellied. Deliberately refining artifacts like this was almost like asking men to bleed money. Wasn't it? Yang Kai secretly shook his head. More importantly, Big Brother Yang, the reason why I support Yang Yan selling these two items is to completely convince Elder Qian Tong that your non-existent master exists. Others won't know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he will only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded slightly, applauding. Your thoughts are quite meticulous. And, since that's the case, let's go. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yan smiled at each other. How long before the auction starts? Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but that's okay. I went to Heavenly Fate City to deliver a message to Elder Qiantong, saying that we will have something to auction. So we only need to deliver the items and Elder Qian will take care of the rest. And good. Right, Wu Yi. Do you know what pill is the most expensive on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yang Kai asked this question out of nowhere, but Wu Yi still responded promptly with the names of a few precious pills. The Strong Cloud pill, which can repair one's meridians, the Soul Returning pill that can patch a wounded soul, and Wild Rose pill that Elder Qiantong brought out last time are all quite valuable. But if I had to name the most expensive pills on Shadowed Star, then it would have to be the Origin Condensing pill and Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be nearly priceless because it can help increase the chances a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master breaks through to the Origin King Realm. On Shadowed Star, there is no such master, but there are many stuck at the third-order Origin Realm. Those big forces wouldn't hesitate to exchange several cities for a single Origin Nirvana pill. Wu Yi replied, her breath quickening slightly. No need to even consider it then. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill. Forget about Yang Kai not having the appropriate materials. Even if had the required ingredients, he couldn't refine such a high-grade pill. The Origin Condensing pill, on the other hand, could be refined because it was just an Origin-grade low-rank pill. Big Brother Yang, why do you ask? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing. Wait here a moment. I'll be right back, Yang Kai said before turning around and returning to his stone room. Although Yang Yan and Wu Yi were confused, they waited patiently, and roughly half an hour later, Yang Kai emerged once more and nodded, let's go. The three of them then flew off towards Heavenly Fate City. After the previous incident where Qiantong came over and openly displayed his attitude, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to find trouble with Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could go out with peace of mind. On the other hand, letting Wu Yi and Yang Yan take 2 Origin-grade artifacts to participate in the auction worried Yang Kai deeply. Naturally, he needed to escort them there and back. Yang Kai also wanted to know what price these 2 artifacts would sell for. Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts were worth between 30,000 and 50,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, so an Origin-grade low-rank artifact should be sold for between 200,000 and 300,000, right? Yang Kai vaguely estimated that after selling these 2 artifacts, they would be able to purchase enough materials to furnish the cave's spirit array. Along the way, after listening to Wu Yi and Yang Yan talking nonstop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't belong to Shadow Moon Hall at all. Treasure Trove Pavilion was its own force, one even more powerful than Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it focused on conducting business. It had branches all across Shadowed Star, and everyone once in a while, it would gather together treasures from all over the world and hold a grand auction. The location of this auction wasn't fixed and was instead held in turns all over Shadowed Star. This time, Treasure Trove Pavilion was hosting its auction in Heavenly Fate City. The Treasure Trove Pavilion auction could be considered a grand event for all of Shadowed Star because, before every auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would widely publicize a number of the precious objects to be auctioned, sending out pamphlets with exquisite illustrations to draw in expectant crowds. The Treasure Trove Pavilion auction was attended by all the major powers on Shadowed Star and was a pseudo-battle of financial resources and heritage. It was a lively occasion each time it was held, and many heaven-defying treasures had appeared over the years. Once, there was even a defensive artifact of Origin King grade. Rumor had it that this artifact was auctioned for over 500 million high-rank Saint Crystals plus 15 flourishing cities. Even the always calm Yang Kai was shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was too backwater, so there were very few artifacts above Origin grade low rank, resulting in such an outrageous price being possible. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a price. An Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once and was apparently bought by a great senior from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after taking that Origin Nirvana pill, That senior failed to break through to the Origin King realm and even had his Cultivation realm fall as a result of some kind of backlash. I don't know if that's true or not though, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he didn't say anything, he was basically sure that what Wu Yi said was true. After all, such pills were only auxiliary means. While such pills could help promote the chances of a cultivator breaking through to the next great realm, and they were thus extremely expensive, they weren't guarantees of success. If one's understanding of the martial Tao and heavenly way hadn't reached the appropriate level, no pill would be able to make them take another step forward. Conversely, if one's comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way were enough to exceed the bottleneck a cultivator was facing, even if they didn't take an auxiliary pill, when the time came they could still break through. Yang Kai fell into the latter category as his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao always greatly exceeded his current realm. As such, he had never used pills that helped with breaking through to the next realm, saving him a lot of expense. That senior from Sur of Thunder Typhoon sect had definitely not reached the grand accomplishment stage in the use and comprehension of Shur. As such, that precious Origin Nirvana pill had essentially gone to waste. Such a treasure wasn't something that could be refined on Shadowed Star. So obviously it had been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator fails to break through a bottleneck, they would inevitably suffer some type of backlash. This could range from strength regression like with that Thunder Typhoon sect senior, or in more serious cases even death was possible. As such, if a cultivator didn't have enough confidence in their ability to overcome it, even if they reached a bottleneck, they wouldn't dare attempt to break through to the next realm. This kind of result was more difficult to see when a cultivator's strength was low, which was why such cases basically didn't exist in Tongxian realm. Even in rare cases where failed breakthroughs occurred, the backlash was generally not strong. However, once one's strength was high enough, such situations were more common. In fact, it wasn't until Yang Kai entered the star field that he slowly understood this information. The group of three, while talking and laughing, quickly arrived at the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai realized just how prestigious this place really was. Treasure Trove Pavilion occupied almost half the street of the most prominent area in Heavenly Fate City. There were people coming and going in front of the building in an endless flow, but that could not distract from the giant plague emblazoned with 3 golden words that was hung above Treasure Trove Pavilion's doors. A vigorous and tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, secretly stunning Yang Kai. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters inside this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, allowing Yang Kai to feel less uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 First Order Origin returning realm masters stood tall, their eyes as sharp as eagles as they observed the passing crowds. Yang Kai and his group of 3 had only just arrived when one of the guards, wearing a light cyan robe, stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guest, please halt. Treasure Trove Pavilion is about to hold its auction. It will not be open for normal business for the time being. If you wish to buy or sell something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to attend the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to Wu Yi. Yang Kai knew that in order to participate in this level of auction, invitations were necessary. The invitation Chen Tong passed them last time was obviously for this and should currently be in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the magnificent of Treasure Trove Pavilion though, never before having had the opportunity to participate in this grade of auction. Her heart was filled with excitement and her face flushed a light shade of red. It wasn't until Yang Kai looked at her that she suddenly remembered about the invitation and began scrambling to find it in her space ring. "Haha! You think a cat or dog can attend Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" A laugh rang out nearby, one filled with scorn and derision. Yang Kai frowned and looked towards the source of this voice, wanting to see who it was that was acting so arrogantly. Being ridiculed as stray cats or dogs for no reason naturally made him unhappy. A young man in white robes soon walked over. His eyes sharp and seemingly possessed a brilliant light. Although his face was smiling, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. He had a sturdy, handsome figure that perfectly complemented his shimmering eyes. A young man capable of fascinating thousands of women. What stunned Yang Kai though wasn't any of this, But the fact that this young man actually had a third-order Saint King cultivation and that in front of him, Xianxia felt a faint sense of oppression. This youth's aura was no less imposing than Shui Yu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Behind this young man were two masters who, despite perfectly restraining their auras, were obviously of higher strength than the Hongjin Xianxia faced before. These two masters wore black robes embroidered with soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes as well as a single large character. War. Heaven battling union, Wuyi exclaimed, and quickly gave way. So he's from Heaven battling union. No wonder he can have such strength despite not being very old. Xianxia thought to himself. He wasn't a shadowed star anymore and had naturally heard about Heaven battling union as it was one of the biggest forces. Among the younger generation of Heaven battling union, there was one extremely high aptitude genius named Chu Changfeng. It was also said that he possessed incredibly piercing eyes. If Xianxia wasn't mistaken, this young man should be that Chu Changfeng, a talent famous across all of Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had stopped Xianxia saw this young man, he respectfully cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Lord Chu, please enter." And Chu Changfeng nodded faintly, then glancing over at Wu Yi and Yang Yen, pausing for a moment before smiling. "Do you two young ladies want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Neither Wu Yi nor Yang Yen answered. Chu Changfeng continued talking though. "Entry right now is restricted because the auction is about to take place. These two guards won't allow anyone inside without an invitation. But if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you two young ladies think?" The smile he wore while offering this invitation seemed innocent and harmless. But Yang Yen and Wu Yi weren't the types of women who would be fooled by such false humility. They naturally understood Chu Changfeng's intentions. "Chu Changfeng, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you still like showing off your superiority in front of the weak, it seems. Do you really think being able to attend this auction is something noteworthy? Or is it your Heaven battling union that is so great?" A deep voice sounded, and when Chu Changfeng, who was still offering an invitation to Wu Yi and Yang Yen, heard this voice, he couldn't help frowning bitterly, as if he'd just swallowed a fly, the spring-like smile on his face disappearing in a flash as he turned his sharp eyes in the direction of this voice. A short distance away, a young man in simple gray robes was walking over. He wasn't putting on airs like Chu Changfeng and instead appeared rather plain and unimpressive. But Chu Changfeng didn't dare despise him as a serious light flashed across his sharp eyes. Xianxia also turned his head to look at this newcomer, wondering who dared act so arrogant in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance, Xianxia was a little surprised. The clothes this young man wore weren't anything special, and could even be described as crude. But the aura he gave off was even stronger and forceful than Chu Changfeng's. On top of that, this aura was filled with sharpness. Xianxia even faintly felt a surge of lightning coming from him. This young man obviously cultivated some kind of thunder attribute secret art and had already achieved high accomplishments in it. He wasn't a robust figure, but he was definitely a master. This was because, like Chu Changfeng, he was also third-order Saint King. This young man was also followed by two origin returning realm masters, both dressed in azure robes with a distinctive lightning bolt emblazoned on their chests. This lightning bolt was quite lifelike and radiated a shocking presence. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. "Long time no see. I see you still dressed so shabbily. Aren't you afraid your appearance will damage Thunder Typhoon Sect's face?" Chu Changfeng chuckled without a smile. Xianxia's brow rose as he immediately understood who this simply dressed man was. Fong Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Like Chu Changfeng, he was also one of Shadowed Star's famous young talents, the first genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect's younger generation. Geniuses always had extremely high pride and refused to sit on par with others. These two young men were the greatest talents of their respective sects, so naturally, there was friction between them. Once they encountered one another, it would always result in a tit-for-tat mockery match. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood helplessly next to each other. If ordinary people dared act so wildly in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taught them a lesson. But Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong weren't characters they dared to offend. Even Xianxia, who was standing nearby, became nothing but a foil. What I cultivate is the martial Tao, what I study is the heavenly way. I'm not like you who worries about dressing up and showing off all day long, Fang Tianzhong said coldly. Chu Changfeng also let out a snort as he pushed his fighting intent towards Fang Tianzhong. Fang Tianzhong naturally refused to back down and also released his aura. As if two storms had suddenly appeared and collided with one another, the atmosphere in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly descended into chaos, and many masters already inside the building who noticed this released their divine senses to probe the situation. However, after learning that this was a conflict between Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong, all of them quickly took back their divine senses and no longer interfered. Seeing these two geniuses confront each other with no regard to their surroundings, Yang Kai's eyes grew cold, and his originally good opinion of Fang Tianzhong shattered. Yang Kai had felt that this guy wasn't pretentious like Chu Changfeng, but now that trace of goodwill had completely disappeared. If the one standing here had been an ordinary First-Order Saint King, they would definitely have gotten caught up in this invisible conflict, and even if they hadn't been injured, they would certainly be quite uncomfortable. These two obviously didn't care about him or Wu Yi and Yang Yan. All they wanted was to put the other one down. When their two imposing manners reached a peak, Yang Kai let out a cold snort and waved his hand casually. A sound as if something was torn apart resounded, and Yang Kai stood in place like a mountain, not a single ruffle apparent on his clothes or hair. Yang Yan and Wu Yi hiding behind him also felt nothing. Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong converged their own imposing manners at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them showing a tinge of surprise. Although they had not been aiming their fighting intent towards Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a First-Order Saint King should have been able to resist. But now, this unknown youth had actually easily broken apart their conflict, shocking them slightly. However, it was just a bit of surprise. In their opinions, Yang Kai's current cultivation wasn't worthy of their attention. Two senior brothers have such a good relationship. Whenever you meet you get along so well. It's really quite enviable. A clear and sweet laughter like the sound of a silver bell rang out as a young woman stepped forward. Her creamy white skin and tender features, paired with her aura that seemed delicate, caused anyone who laid eyes on her to give birth to the desire to protect and care for her. The woman's figure, however, was enchanting, and her lavender dress perfectly outlined her luscious curves, contrasting and amplifying her graceful bearing. When she approached, a fragrant scent wafted about, making people feel refreshed while at the same time causing their pulses to race. Although her words were clearly mockery, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any anger, with the latter even smiling happily as he stared at this young woman with a burning look. Su Dai greets two senior brothers. The woman elegantly greeted, her face filled with a light blush that made her cheeks seem so soft one couldn't help wanting to reach out and caress them. So it is junior sister Yin. It's been too long since we last met. It makes elder brother here sad. Chu Changfeng no longer had any interest in Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded slightly to this young woman, offering his greetings. These three were all geniuses on Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to come to this auction. It looks like my coming this time was the right decision. Would junior sister care to accompany me today? We can sit down and have a nice chat. Senior brother isn't talented, but recently I have been diligently studying Shi and obtained some slight insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, an obvious flavor of pride apparent in his last words. Yang Kai secretly curled his lips when he heard this. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Shi, and even after absorbing the insights of two origin returning realm masters, he hadn't been able to grasp anything about this profound type of strength. Chu Changfeng may have a higher cultivation than Yang Kai, but it was still impossible for him to have comprehended anything of significance about Shi before entering the origin returning realm. Chu Changfeng saying all this was obviously just an excuse to get close to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai was naturally clearer about this than Yang Kai and simply flashed an enchanting smile while saying, although junior sister also wishes to talk more with senior brother Chu, junior sister came today as a representative of her honored master. With such an important task at hand, junior sister must politely decline senior brother Chu's invitation. Of course, we both have long futures ahead of us. There'll be plenty of other opportunities to chat. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not showing any signs of annoyance at Yin Sudai's rejection. It was clear he had bumped into such resistance from her more than once or twice already and built up a tolerance for it. The three young talents stood in front of the door for some time, gathering the attention of many people who had come to attend the auction. But with them not entering, all the other young masters and ladies could only stand by and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Yan all seemed quite shabby. These young masters and ladies were all dressed in exquisite robes, dazzling dresses, or powerful artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, just wore plain clothes, while Yang Yan was even more out of place, wearing her signature black robe with which she was trying to cover her face, seemingly feeling embarrassed. Wu Yi wasn't as bad as these two, but she was still just wearing ordinary clothes, unable to compare with the high fashion of those around her. These three stuck out like chickens among cranes and were obviously also drawing attention from the crowd. Fortunately, the three talents didn't continue chatting for long as the auction was about to start. They also wanted to go in early. After the young masters and ladies offered greetings to Fang Tianzhong's trio, they quickly filed inside and quickly disappeared. Before leaving, Fang Tianzhong shot a brief glance over towards Yang Kai, but didn't say anything. It wasn't until Treasure Trove Pavilions calmed down once more that Wu Yi was able to let out a sigh of relief and whispered to Yang Kai. That woman just now was Yin Sudai of the Colored Glass sect. She is a famous character and also the first beauty of Shadowed Star. Countless young men are pursuing her. The first beauty? Yang Kai laughed. You two aren't any worse than her. Her title is clearly undeserved. How can I compare with her? Wu Yi blushed. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was behind honest or not, such praise still made her very happy. No woman didn't care about her appearance, but Wu Yi knew there was a huge difference between her and Yin Sudai. Their backgrounds alone weren't comparable. Let's go in too, Yang Kai said lightly. He came to the auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Yan, but he hadn't expected to run into so many young geniuses here as well. Whether it was Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, or Yin Sudai, none of them could be despised. Yang Kai realized he still had a long way to go and that he was far from invincible in this world. The appearance of these three people reminded Yang Kai that even opponents in the same realm as him mustn't be underestimated. They were the representatives of their respective sects, so who knows what kind of profound skills or astonishing treasures they had on them. If they were to fight, who would win and who would lose wasn't a certainty. Wu Yi finally found the invitation in her space ring and handed it to the guard outside. The guard seemingly didn't expect that three people like Yang Kai could actually obtain this invitation, but although he was surprised, he didn't try to embarrass them and quickly ushered them inside. Entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, the loud bustle of the crowd immediately washed over the trio as countless people gathered in groups, discussing various different topics. So this Treasure Trove Pavilion? Wu Yi's pretty face was filled with shock as her eyes darted back and forth, filled with curiosity and wonder. It was the first time she had ever entered this place. The sight which greeted them was a huge circular half-arc hall with a dome roof lined with the most brilliant of light stones, all of which were emitting a soft glow that made the entire interior of Treasure Trove Pavilion no less bright than the outside. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of these seats were already filled, while the higher floors still had a large number of people walking back and forth. At the front center of the main floor was a high platform at least 2 meters above ground. It was clearly the stage on which the auctioning items would be presented. This design allowed everyone participating in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. When Yang Kai arrived here, he first tried to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that in this place it was very difficult to find a particular individual. If he was a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't need to have any scruples and could just search the premises with the help of his divine sense. However, in this place where so many masters had gathered, Yang Kai didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he cause misunderstandings and draw unnecessary trouble to himself. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, a figure ran over to him and bowed politely. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang, greets the young ladies. Yang Kai looked over at this newcomer and discovered that he was the same Origin Realm Master who had been invited by the Su family to deal with him but had recognized Yang Kai in time and reported to Chen Tong. Grateful to Luo Qing for his efforts back then, Yang Kai politely greeted. So it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Chen now? Elder Chen is currently attending to some matters and cannot step away, so he ordered this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang may rest assured that Elder Chen has made all necessary arrangements for you, if you will just follow me. Understood. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, and Chen Tong was one of the senior elders in charge of in Heavenly Fate City, it was normal for him to have many things to deal with, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't think much about this. Follow Luo Qing, the trio went straight up to the 3rd floor. Pushing open the door to a certain room, Luo Qing walked inside and explained, Young Master Yang, this is the private room Elder Chen arranged for you. Is it to your satisfaction? Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was a bit small, it was well furnished with comfortable chairs to sit on and good quality spirit fruits laid out on a decorative table. A pot of hot spirit tea was brewing and there were 2 beautiful maidservants standing by. These 2 maids had bright eyes and slender figures, and upon seeing Yang Kai and the 2 young women enter, they immediately welcomed them. Yang Kai didn't know if other private rooms came with maidservants, but he was certain these 2 had been specially arranged by Chen Tong, because both were wearing Shadow Moon Hall uniforms, indicating their status as disciples. Elder Chen's arrangements are quite attentive. I'm very satisfied. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Young Master Yang being satisfied is good. Luo Qing seemed relieved. He had heard about Chen Tong killing Hongzhan and his senior brother in order to maintain a friendly relationship with Yang Kai. So although he still didn't know what made Yang Kai worthy of such efforts, having received Chen Tong's orders, Luo Qing dared not show any neglect. I beg your pardon, young Master Yang, but Elder Chen instructed this disciple to bring the items you wish to auction off today to him as soon as possible, so that Treasure Trove Pavilion can evaluate their starting price and where to position them in today's lineup. And, understood, Yang Kai sent a wink to Wu Yi, who immediately took out 2 beautifully packaged jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These 2 jade boxes naturally held the 2 origin-grade artifacts Yang Yan had refined. This as well, Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. Thank you. Please feel free to relax here for the moment, young Master Yang. The auction should start in about half an hour. This Luo Qing will take his leave first. Luo Qing bowed and turned around to leave, ordering the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples to attentively entertain Yang Kai, to which the 2 girls nodded respectfully. Seems we're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, instantly blocking out all the noise from outside. The spirit arrays here are well arranged. Yang Yan walked around, examining a few places, seemingly quite interested in the spirit arrays inside the room. Others' divine senses won't be able to penetrate this room. The only downside is that it's a little far from the auction stage. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion after all. Probably took Elder Chen a great deal of effort to even get us this private room. Looking at the people who came here today, all of them seemed to be powerful characters with famous names. As Yang Kai spoke, the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples couldn't help smiling even more brightly, as if they were pleased to hear Elder Chen receive such high praise. You 2 don't need to act restrained. Just sit down. We're not wealthy or influential people. We're just here to watch the fun this time. Yang Kai said to the 2 maids as he saw them acting slightly nervously. The 2 women quickly waved their hands frantically, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai did not force them after seeing them refuse, instead sitting down on one of the chairs and pouring himself a cup of tea, tasting it slowly as he waited. Wu Yi still couldn't believe what was happening here. She had never imagined she would one day be able to participate in this grade of auction. Let alone her, even Patriarch En of the Haiku family wouldn't be eligible to attend this auction or even enter Treasure Trove Pavilion at such a time. But now, she was actually sitting in a private room, enjoying treatment reserved for powerful masters from first-class sects, making her feel quite complicated in her heart. The gap between people was really too big. Her biggest wish before was to work hard, make Ian look at her with high esteem, so that she may later inherit the position of matriarch and take command of the Haika family. But now, she no longer had such thoughts. So what if she became matriarch? The matriarch of such a small family wasn't even worth as much as a common disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Take for instance the two maids who were current standing nearby, waiting to serve them. Although these two only had third-order Saint Realm cultivation, if they had arrived at the Haika family, Ian would still have to treat them with the utmost respect and courtesy. This was the insurmountable gap between the great forces and small families. A few days ago, when Xianxia was still in retreat, Ian had come to the cave once more along with many of the family's elders and foreign elders to request Wu Yi return and assume the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi had immediately declined. Since she had chosen to separate from the family, she would not go back. Suddenly feeling something flying towards her, Wu Yi's eyes quickly shifted to the side and she lifted her hand to catch this object. Upon grasping it, she noticed that it was one of the spirit fruits from the table. Xianxia laughed. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picking up another spirit fruit before standing up and giving them to the female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two girls didn't refuse this time, thanking Wu Yi politely as they received the fruits in a graceful manner. The auction wouldn't start for some time, but the atmosphere in the private room was already quite harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall also seemed to understand that Xianxia, Wu Yi, and Yang Yan didn't possess great backgrounds and were quite kind to others. Yang Yan even chatted with them like they were little sisters. Xianxia couldn't even get in a word, so he simply picked up the illustrated catalog on the table and browsed through the items being auctioned today. At the same time, in a back room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a black-faced old man with a short goatee spat at Qian Tong with dissatisfaction. "Old Qian, things are about to start. When are those things you want to sell going to arrive?" Qian Tong glanced towards the door and said hesitantly, "They should be delivered soon. Just wait a moment." "Wait a moment?" Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If not for the two of us sharing some friendship, do you think I would break those rules and allow you to insert items just moments before the auction starts? "Not at all, not at all." Qian Tong met this rebuke with a smile, but in his heart, he was muttering uncomfortably. Wu Yi had come to him a few days ago and said that they would be bringing some items to auction, but she had not said what these items would be, only that they were artifacts. Out of consideration for Xianxia's face, Qian Tong had assured Wu Yi that as long as the items were delivered before the auction he would take care of the rest. But how could he have anticipated the items to not be delivered even now? With no other choice, he could only eloquently persuade, "Brother Yen Pei, just a bit longer. The items will definitely come." Yen Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, and he grumbled for a moment before nodding. "Don't say that this brother didn't show you any consideration. Half an incense stick. If your items aren't delivered in the next half an incense stick, no matter how precious they are, I won't include them in the auction." I know. I'll have to trouble Brother Yen Pei with this." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion really had its own rules, so he couldn't argue any further. Just after he'd reached this agreement, though, Qian Tong's communication artifact vibrated and a divine sense message reached him. It was from Luo Qing, causing Qian Tong to smile and say, "They're here." Saying so, he immediately left the room. A moment later, holding a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes, Qian Tong returned. Yen Pei spat unhappily. "Are these the things you want to auction?" "They should be." Qian Tong hadn't opened the boxes to see what was inside as time was short. He had simply accepted them from Luo Qing and brought them inside. "Open them so we can have appraised their value and see if they're even worthy auctioning," Yen Pei said coldly, waving his hand and summoning in a number of Origin Realm Masters who proceeded to circle around the jade boxes and jade bottle which were now laid out on a nearby table. Seeing Qian Tong still somewhat on edge, Yen Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, don't tell me you've brought some worthless items to be auctioned? If that's the case, you'd best take them back now." "How could that be?" Qian Tong sneered. "Are Saint King grade high-rank artifacts not worthy of being auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had spoken to him earlier, Qian Tong was somewhat lacking in confidence. If Xianxia had met with him personally, Qian Tong won't be worrying about anything. Behind Xianxia was an artifact refining grandmaster, protecting him from the shadows. That was also the reason Qian Tong thought Saint King grade high-rank artifacts would be sent, because he couldn't imagine a powerful artifact refining grandmaster intentionally damaging his own face by putting out anything less. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts? Yan Pei's complexion immediately became better, but he still said solemnly, "Naturally such items are worth auctioning. But Brother Qian, this is not a precedent. If items arrive this late again, even I won't be able to take responsibility for adding them to the auction. If such things were discovered by others, it wouldn't be easy to explain." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't too valuable, they could still be considered the most mainstream high-even artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, so most Saint Kings and even Origin realm cultivators would use this grade of artifact. As such, Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were easy to sell. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also prepared many such artifacts for this time's auction, so having two more wouldn't change things much. While the two old men were talking though, a cry of surprise rang out from the side. "What happened?" Yan Pei turned his head and looked over. "Sir, this is an Origin grade low-rank offensive type artifact." An Origin returning realm master immediately came over and showed the twin daggers inside the jade box to Qian Tong and Yan Pei. Qian Tong's eyes narrowed and suddenly felt his heart clench slightly. Although he had long guessed that the master behind Xianxia was an Origin grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to actually bring out this grade of artifact to the auction. If Qian Tong had known, he would have directly bought it from Xianxia. He had already bought artifacts from Xianxia twice before, and each time both sides had left happy. But now that this precious Origin grade artifact was in Treasure Trove Pavilion's hands, if Qian Tong wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. Buying this artifact in the auction would obviously be much more expensive than directly purchasing it from Xianxia, and it wasn't even a certainty he could obtain it. Those who attended this Treasure Trove Pavilion auction didn't lack wealth or influence, so it would be a bloody battle to acquire such a good treasure. Yan Pei grabbed the twin daggers out of the jade box and pushed his Saint Chi through them to examine them, raising his brow in the next moment as he liberally praised, "Excellent, excellent. This artifact has almost reached the Origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was incredibly attentive, and the craftsmanship is simply exquisite. What's more, these daggers are perfectly suited for women. Ha ha ha. This time, those young lords will bleed profusely." Yan Pei's eyes were simply aglow. How could he not see the great value of these twin daggers? Without even mentioning their grade, their beautiful appearance meant specifically for women was enough to make all the young masters present break their heads while bidding to gift them to their favorite woman. Qian Tong opened his mouth, wishing he could take back this artifact, but he knew that since it was already in Yan Pei's hands, that was impossible. So he simply let out a long sigh and resigned himself, wondering if he should try to win back these twin daggers in the auction. Shadow Moon Hall had a number of female disciples with extremely good aptitude, so giving them this artifact would definitely increase their strength. Just as this sigh of helplessness finished though, another of the appraisal masters suddenly shouted, this time sounding even more excited than before. This is... What? Yan Pei flew over and pushed his way through the crowd gathered around the other jade box, and upon seeing what lay inside it, his eyes narrowed, immediately reaching out and picking up a long red whip before pushing his Saint Chi through it, calling out in alarm, "An Origin grade mid-rank artifact? Ah!" Qian Tong was thoroughly shocked, his old face distorting noticeably. "Ha ha ha! Excellent. This auction finally has something good for the finale." This old master was originally a little worried about this. After all, this auction was put together in a bit of a hurry, so Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't able to collect too many good treasures. This long whip will more than make up for that though. Ha ha ha. It's really the blessings of heaven. Yan Pei laughed and happily while turning to Qian Tong and saying, "Brother Qian, this time you've helped me greatly. Brother will not forget this favor." Qian Tong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he somehow forced out a smile and said, "Brother Yan Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for many years and worked together on many occasions. Helping out is only natural. Haha." Even while saying so, Qian Tong was cursing out Luo Qing in his heart. A single origin-grade low-rank artifact alone had nearly caused him to spit blood, but now an origin-grade mid-rank artifact had actually appeared. Why hadn't that damned Luo Qing explained everything carefully to him? If Qian Tong had known that Yang Kai was going to auction off 2 origin-grade artifacts, he wouldn't have brought these items anywhere near Yen Pei. No matter how much it would cost, Qian Tong would have bought these 2 artifacts for Shadow Moon Hall's disciples. But now it was far too late to say anything. If Qian Tong wanted to obtain these precious treasures, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He was worried he wouldn't have enough. Poor Luo Qing didn't know that he was being blamed for all this by Elder Qian. How was he supposed to know Yang Kai would suddenly bring out 2 origin-grade artifacts, one of them even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing. After all, with the level of the artifact refiners on Shadowed Star, such artifacts could still be forged. But the grade of the long red whip had already surpassed the level of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through special means. This reality had led to the price of high-grade pills and artifacts reaching sky-high prices on Shadowed Star. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Yen Pei's black face blossomed like a field of spring flowers, without the slightest trace of its former sullenness. Once again, praise flowed out from his lips. It's another artifact very suitable for women. This time the auction will be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scenes of those people scrambling to bid for these treasures. Ah! Elder Yen? A trembling voice suddenly called out. Please look at this? The man said haltingly while handing a jade bottle to Yen Pei. Yen Pei accepted and opened the bottle, glancing inside only to have his eyes bulge. His hands also shaking, nearly causing him to drop the jade bottle while shouting, "Origin condensing pill!" These 3 words were like a sledgehammer hitting the heart of Qian Tong, and without even thinking he rushed forward and grabbed towards the jade bottle. Yen Pei's response was equally swift, sending out a palm strike to intercept the incoming hand, the resulting clash forcing both Yen Pei and Qian Tong back a few steps. What's the meaning of this? Yen Pei shouted furiously as he glared towards Qian Tong menacingly. Qian Tong's expression was incredibly solemn as he quickly said, "Brother Yen Pei, I've thought about it carefully and decided I won't be participating in this auction. Please return my items to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill inside the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have opened one eye while closing the other, but from the quick glance he got, he immediately understood that this origin condensing pill was far more valuable than a simple origin-grade mid-rank artifact. "You want to back out now? Too late." Yen Pei coldly snorted. "Do you want me to spit out the foods I've already eaten? Brother Qian, this isn't the first time you've met this Yen, is it?" "Nonsense, Brother Yen. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable the items were, if they broke the rules, you wouldn't enter them into the auction?" Qian Tong spat this line without any consideration for his own face. For those 2 origin-grade artifacts and that origin condensing pill, what did face matter? This Yen clearly said that if I don't see the items within half an incense stick of time, I wouldn't allow them to be sold. Are you deaf? Yen Pei humphed, seeing Qian Tong still wearing a shamelessly determined look, just waiting for an opening to pounce. Yang Pei quickly backed away while stuffing the 2 jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand. "All of you stare at Elder Qian. If he dares take one step forward, beat him ruthlessly." "Yes." 5 origin returning realm masters all shouted as they began eyeing Qian Tong, meticulously following Yen Pei's order. Once Qian Tong moved, they would surely launch an all-out attack. Damn it! Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since hard methods had failed, he could only try soft ones now. "Old Yen, out of consideration for our many years of friendship, can't you return my items to me? Can't you just pretend you didn't see these things? This grace will be remembered by this Qian Tong for the rest of his life." "The rest of your life? Your neck is already half buried in the ground. You've got a few good years left at best. There's no need for you to remember my affection." Yen Pei smiled and waved. "Can you not speak with such a poisonous tongue? This old master is hale and hearty. Living a few hundred more years won't be a problem." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yen Pei snorted. "If I were you, I'd send someone out immediately to begin collecting Saint crystals. But instead you actually choose to stay here and grumble with this old master. Impressive indeed. Only you and I know such treasures have appeared now, so you still have the advantage." As soon as Qian Tong heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists to Yan Pei before turning around and rushing off. Qian Tong knew better than anyone that no matter what kind of extravagant and colorful words he spoke, it was impossible to get those things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yan Pei shouted out, but naturally received no response. Of course, Yan Pei knew his old friend was holding a grudge, but he didn't care one bit and just grinned happily. "Whoever it is has shockingly good luck. Not only did they manage to find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but also 2 origin condensing pills." Qian Tong came out from the underground secret room and Luo Qing quickly went up to greet him. But before Luo Qing could say a word, Qian Tong slapped him across the face twice. Although he hadn't used any Saint Qi, Qian Tong's 2 slaps weren't weak by any means, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression was gloomy, like a volcano that was ready to erupt, causing Luo Qing to exclaim, "Elder, what mistake did disciple make? You scoundrel, why did you move so quickly? Couldn't you have been just half an incense stick later?" Qian Tong reprimanded. "Yes. No. Ah." Luo Qing was dumbfounded. Obviously, it had been the elder's own orders to immediately bring the items Yangkai brought to auction to him, and that was exactly what Luo Qing had done. So why was Elder Qian suddenly blaming him for doing just that? Elder Qian Tong was normally kind and treated others temperately, never giving out such contradictory orders and never beating a disciple for no reason. It was because of his personality and demeanor that Elder Qian commanded high prestige and admiration from Shadow Moon Hall's disciples. Although there was doubt in his heart, Luo Qing did not dare to speak. Even a blind man could see that Elder Qian was in a terrible mood, so at this time silence was Luo Qing's best option, lest he make another mistake without realizing it. "I'll let you make up for your crimes through good work." Qian Tong stared at him coldly. "Disciple will obey elder's commands." Luo Qing hurriedly wore a sincere expression and shouted loudly, "Within 1 hour, go to all the stores in Heavenly Fate City under our control and raise 20 million. No, raise 50 million Saint crystals." 50 million. Luo Qing was startled. "Yes, understood." Luo Qing responded quickly, disappearing like lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint crystals in an hour would be no easy task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappeared, Qian Tong secretly exhaled. Fortunately, this time the auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City basically belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, so he could still freely raise Saint crystals. If this auction was being held at one of the other Great Forces sites, Qian Tong would only be able to helplessly watch from the sidelines. At the same time, in the basement of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yan Pei sat in his chair for a moment to think, a strange grin soon creeping onto his face. Beckoning to one of the Origin Realm Masters who was involved in the appraisal just now, he whispered a few instructions. This man quickly nodded and left. A short time later, a number of people left the A-block private rooms, their expression dignified. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the hall where the space array of Heavenly Fate City was located. Soon after, people from the B-block private rooms also began leaving. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City this time was because its space array was connected to many other cities on Shadowed Star, helping to facilitate the attendance of the various great forces. Space arrays were extremely precious and not open to ordinary people, but these people all belonged to great forces, so the Shadow Moon Hall disciples who were responsible for guarding the space array didn't dare to stop them, simply collecting the required fee before allowing them to pass. For a time, the space around Heavenly Fate City fluctuated as the space array was used at a frequency higher than at any point in history. When the first spatial fluctuations appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay it much mind, only thinking about seeing Yang Kai to say a few words about not bringing such precious treasures out to auction again in the future. No matter what they were, Qian Tong was fully capable of buying them all. However, after another 3 or 4 consecutive spatial fluctuations propagated through the air, Qian Tong's expression slowly solidified, and a certain thought came to him. His face changing greatly, Qian Tong quickly disappeared from Treasure Trove Pavilion and rushed to the palace where the space array was housed. Inside the palace, the Shadow Moon Hall disciples who were responsible for guarding the space array all wore looks of shock. They didn't understand why so many people all of a sudden needed to use the space array. Wasn't it just about time for the auction to start? What were these people doing returning to their sects instead of participating? On top of that, those here were all from great forces like Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple. Each of these sects was no less powerful than Shadow Moon Hall, some of them even exceeding them in strength. Moreover, these people all seemed to be on guard against one another, their eyes darting about vigilantly, resulting in a very tense atmosphere inside the palace. The few Shadow Moon Hall disciples here were afraid a fight would all of a sudden break out here, so none of them dared to ask any question, just quickly collecting the appropriate fee before sending people on their way. Even though this was the case, everyone here was still urging these poor disciples to hurry things along. In total, there were several dozen individuals representing several dozen powerful forces, so even if the Shadow Moon Hall disciples acted with all haste, it was still taking some time. Opening the space array, supplying enough St. Crystals, and setting the appropriate destination wasn't a process that could be completed in just a breath or two. Just as the several Shadow Moon Hall disciples were about to shed tears from this sudden intense workload, another powerful aura rushed in from outside, causing the several dozen masters inside to frown. After seeing who this newcomer was though, all of them greeted him with cupped fists. Elder Qian! Qian Tong's face was filled with gloom as he strode inside quickly. Originally, he had just been suspicious and rushed over to investigate the situation. But after seeing so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not know what happened? Old Dog Yen, this old master will remember this. This Qian must sever his friendship with you. Qian Tong snarled. Just now, Yen Pei had told Qian Tong that he held the absolute advantage right now because he was the only one knew about the rare treasures which had appeared. But in a flash, that advantage had disappeared. If Yen Pei hadn't intentionally leaked the news, how could these people have gathered here? Everyone heard Qian Tong's words and wanted to laugh, but none of them dared show any signs of doing so on their faces. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy right now, so no one was eager to find trouble with him. Elder Qian. The busy Shadow Moon Hall disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief when their elder suddenly appeared. They really couldn't handle this situation. How many already went through? Qian Tong took a deep breath, calming his anger while trying to ask in a calm tone. 6 have left so far. A Shadow Moon Hall disciple replied quickly. N. Qian Tong nodded. Since only 6 departed already, he hadn't come too late. Turning around, Qian Tong saw between 60 to 70 people in the hall. Snorting loudly, he asked, "Do all of you want to return to your respective sects to gather St. Crystals? Did you receive news from that old dog Yen?" The 60 or 70 people in the hall wore embarrassed looks, some of them scratching their ears while others scratched their cheeks. Some looked up at the dome of the hall silently, while some looked down and whispered under their breath. No one answered Qian Tong's question though. Good, if you want to go back to raise St. Crystals, this old master won't try to stop you. But such frequent use of Heavenly Fate City's space array will put a huge load on it, resulting in great damage, possibly even its complete destruction. As such, this old master must raise the usage fee. The 60 or 70 masters in the hall immediately shot incredulous looks towards Qian Tong. Everyone here knew he was spouting nonsense. Each space array was an ancient relic that had been used for many years without any issue. Even if it was used far more frequently than normal, it wouldn't be in any danger of being destroyed. This was all just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise prices. Everyone understood this truth in their heart, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Heavenly Fate City, a city under Shadow Moon Hall's jurisdiction. The space array here also belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, so unless they didn't want to use it, they would not offend Qian Tong. All of them had been entrusted with an important mission, so none wanted to return empty-handed. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before saying, "It's just a small additional charge, 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals a person. Elder Qian, Please be reasonable. Someone immediately shouted. The price to use a space array is usually just 10,000 high-rank St. Crystals. How could you suddenly raise the price 50 times? Isn't that excessive? Yes. 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals is too much. Isn't it? Elder Qian, how can you collect such black-hearted money? The large group of people began shouting and clamoring. If a single use of a space array cost 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals, who would ever use it? When the few Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw the situation spiraling out of control, they couldn't help feeling terrified. This was nothing less than provoking public anger. How could Elder Qian say such a thing? All of them thought their elder had made some kind of mistake. You don't have to use it. This old master won't force you either way, Qian Tong said, unperturbed. But this old master must remind you that the auction will start soon. If you fail to raise enough St. Crystals and return before those few items appear, I'll use it. This is 500,000 St. Crystals. Before Qian Tong even finished his words, a burly man walked up and tossed over a space ring to a Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, confirmed the amount was correct, then nodded to Qian Tong. Open the array. Qian Tong waved his hand and a white light flashed, causing the burly man's figure to quickly disappear. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still completely baffled about what was happening. None of them could figure out why they had suddenly obtained 500,000 St. Crystals so easily. The maintenance and use of a space array were simply to facilitate the communication between the major cities and sects on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used it as a tool to make money, but today it seemed Elder Qian Tong was about to set a new precedent. A single use of the space array for 500,000 St. Crystals, 60 or 70 people waiting to use the space array, other people still rushing over. How many St. Crystals were they going to earn? The Shadow Moon Hall disciples soon began trembling with excitement. If this worked, in the future Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate any shops or stores. The fee collected for using the space array along would be enough to make Shadow Moon Hall the wealthiest sect on Shadowed Star. Everything was easier once someone went first. After the burly man left, everyone who had been hesitating immediately charged forward, handed over the 500,000 St. Crystals, then quickly departed via the space array. The disciples from Shadow Moon Hall smiled from ear to ear, assigning one person specifically to take inventory of the St. Crystals. Each time they received the appropriate fee, the other disciples would open the space array and send the one who had paid to their intended destination before continuing to collect the next fee. Elder Qian, if you ever come to my vast city, my floating mist palace will be sure to entertain you appropriately. A middle-aged man who was clearly angered by Qian Tong charging so many St. Crystals stared at him and declared. Clearly, he meant that if Qian Tong wanted to use the space array in Vast City, it would cost him 500,000 St. Crystals. Qian Tong simply grinned happily and retorted. This old master intends to die of old age in Heavenly Fate City and won't be going anywhere. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man was so mad he nearly couldn't contain himself. The space array flashing in the next instant, delivering him to Vast City. The scene inside the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay St. Crystals then being transported away. The bitterness in Qian Tong's heart finally dissipated. Yan Pei had just eaten meat, so he could not blame him for drinking some soup. In any case, since things had gotten to this point, Qian Tong could only make money first and think about everything else after. Never before had there been an auction like this one, where all the great sects scrambled to raise as many St. Crystals as possible just moments before it began. There was a surge of activity in Heavenly Fate City. No auction had ever brought such a huge gain to its host site either. This time, though simply tolls on the space array, Shadow Moon Hall was able to raise over 30 million high-rank St. Crystals. There were other forces present that didn't have sufficient financial resources or simply felt they had no chance of winning and gave up using the space array. Otherwise, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely have gained even more wealth. Even though the space array was constantly being opened, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction started on time. Yan Pei was quite sinister and deliberately let some people spread rumors that the bidding for the finale items would be far more intense than normal. In fact, he did it, But this did not prevent the auction from being held, nor did he deliberately postpone its start time. The most valuable items would naturally be sold at the end of the auction, which was at least 7 hours away. With that much time, it wouldn't be hard for those great forces to collect a large number of Saint crystals. Yen Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping tea in his A-block private room, calmly waiting for the finale to arrive. Wind instruments played as drums were beaten, causing the noisy auction hall to suddenly quiet down. Atop the platform, more than a dozen young girls floated down from above, scattering flower petals from the baskets they were carrying as the bright lights further illuminated the center stage, drawing everyone's attention. The fragrance of the flowers filled the auction hall as the dozen young girls smiled dazzlingly, like graceful goddesses descending from the heavens. The girls waved their long sleeves in an enchanting dance, each of them displaying different yet equally intoxicating expressions that fascinated the hearts of all who were watching before gently landing and drawing back. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure then walked up onto the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow and her tight-fitting dress accentuating her astonishing curves while leaving her 2 jade arms bare. The low cut around her neck revealed a deep, seemingly bottomless valley that sucked in the eyes of the audience members. Her hair was pulled up into an exquisite bun that exposed the delicate nape of her neck, adding a touch of nobility and grace to her appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she immediately drew in more attention than the young girls who came before her with her rich, mature charm, exuding an exotic flavor that enticed the appetites of everyone around. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and bowed elegantly. Her glossy red lips curled into the most attractive of smiles as a pleasant voice leaked from them. Honored guests from far away, thank you all for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. I would also like to say a special thank you to Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. This auction was only able to proceed so smoothly thanks to Elder Qian's contributions. As soon as these words were said, several dozen people in the A block and B private rooms immediately muttered curses. They had all received messages from their disciples just now and knew that Qian Tong had extorted 500,000 Saint crystals from each of them in exchange for a single use of Heavenly Fate City's space array. Knowing this, who would thank him at this time? Not shouting profanities at him right now was already giving Qian Tong a huge amount of face, but thanking him? In his dreams. Yang Kai, in room C13, observed this beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in such an auction before, that didn't mean he knew nothing about them. The auctioneer played an important part in any auction. A good auctioneer could control the atmosphere of the room, heating it up to the point where prices also rose. With this woman's beauty alone, even if she didn't say a word, she could increase the various bidders' enthusiasm by several grades. Treasure Trove Pavilion was really sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage reported her name, then humbly spoke about the hospitality offered by Treasure Trove Pavilion, apologizing for any shortcomings the guests may have experienced. Her words were smooth and sincere, so no one could find fault with her. She kept a fresh, spring-like smile on her face, causing everyone to feel warm and comfortable, as if they were relaxing in their own home. Her elegant eyes also moved about lightly but deliberately, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, hoping to see them display their valor and wealth of course. After speaking for a while, the beautiful woman let out a silver bell-like laughter before saying, "But enough idle talk. Let the auction begin. The first item we are auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor." While the auctioneer spoke, a woman donning an elegant dress slowly walked up on stage, holding a large jade plate in her hands. Atop this jade plate was a 5-colored Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor, one that was radiating powerful energy fluctuations and was exquisitely designed. It was no doubt a high-quality defensive artifact. The beautiful woman paused for a moment, and after everyone had a chance to admire this artifact armor, she continued, "This 5-colored artifact armor is a recent work of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmaster Artifact Refiner, Grandmaster Gong. Grandmaster Gong's reputation precedes himself, so I will not elaborate on his skills. This artifact armor not only possesses excellent defensive strength, but it can also change size at will, so it can be easily used by a man or a woman. The starting price is set at 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Each new bid must raise the price no less than 2,000 Saint crystals. Everyone, please. When this beautiful woman reported the starting price, Yang Kai frowned slightly before glancing over at Yang Yen. If he remembered correctly, among the first batch of artifacts Yang Yen had refined for him, there was a single Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact. That artifact was refined from the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly and according to Yang Yen was worth about 30,000 Saint crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high-rank artifacts, Yang Kai felt that Yang Yan's wings were far better than this five-colored armor. Not only was it rarer and more beautiful, it also had better functionality. If those wings were only worth 30,000 Saint crystals, could this artifact armor also be worth just as much? And this was just the starting price. While he was thinking so though, someone had already started bidding, the price they offered causing Yang Kai's eyes to twitch. 50,000. The person who bid actually raised the price by 20,000 Saint crystals right off the bat. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and said, "This friend in seat 169 is indeed a man who knows the quality of goods. He bids 50,000 for this artifact armor. Is there any?" Before she could finish what she was saying though, someone shouted, 52,000, 55,000, 58,000. The beautiful woman no longer spoke and simply stood atop the high stage while flashing the same enchanting smile she had worn since she appeared. She knew that she didn't need to say anything more as those who wanted this artifact armor would definitely raise the price all on their own. As the price rose, the cultivators sitting on the auction's main floor scrambled to bid, none of them willing to show weakness. But the guests in the private rooms remained silent, none of them showing any intention to participate. Those who could sit in the private rooms belonged to famous great forces on Shadowed Star. Although this artifact armor was good, it wasn't worthy of them lowering themselves to compete with the people in the hall. In room C13, Wu Yi stared at the five-colored armor with envy. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, but the starting price already being 30,000, she could only sigh. Yang Yen coldly snorted and spat disdainfully. This kind of thing can also be sold for such a high price? There are too many blind people here. Yang Kai also felt the same. The cultivation resources on Shadowed Star were relatively scarce, especially Saint crystals, so the value of a single piece of Saint crystal here was much higher than in the outside world. Seeing this kind of defensive artifact still rising in price really made Yang Kai wonder what these people were thinking. One of the Shadow Moon Hall female disciples who had been waiting by the side chuckled lightly and explained, "They are competing over this artifact due to Grandmaster Gong's fame. If this artifact armor had been refined by an unknown person, it would be impossible for it to have such a high price." Yang Kai nodded gently, understanding that fame had an effect no matter where one went. Gong Taihong was apparently an origin-grade artifact refiner, so even if the product he produced wasn't the highest of quality, others would still compete to own it. As such, it was only natural for his artifacts to sell for more than other artifact refiners. However, after the price of the five-colored armor reached 80,000, the rate of new bids slowed down noticeably. It seemed those who were interested in this artifact armor were running out of Saint crystals. A short time later, this artifact armor was purchased for 84,000 Saint crystals by a young man in the hall. The treasure trove pavilion female disciple holding the artifact armor stepped off the high platform and delivered it to the young man while accepting his payment. The young man who received the artifact armor immediately handed it to the beautiful woman nestled next to him, winning him a kiss his cheek. The young man laughed heartily as if he were the biggest winner in the world. The second item auctioned was a set of 10 King transformation pills with a starting price of 10,000 Saint crystals. These pills eventually sold for 27,000 Saint crystals and were similarly purchased by someone on the main floor. From the winner's appearance, they were obviously here to represent some small family and had purchased them to bring back home with them. The next items were a variety of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, etc. There were even some precious raw materials with high and low starting prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually became hot, and as one precious item after another was brought out, countless people rushed to bid. The most expensive item selling for 200,000 Saint crystals, shocking Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had greatly underestimated the capital of Shadowed Star's forces. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi, but Wu Yi came from a relatively small background and didn't understand the true strength of those great forces or what kind of wealth they possessed. Apparently, there was no lack of rich people on Shadowed Star. Soon, Xianxia was infected by the atmosphere of the room and even had the urge to shout out a bid for some items, even knowing they weren't useful to him. Fortunately, he was completely broke and had no ability to participate in this auction. However, even if he could participate, he had enough self-control to not do so. Secretly, though, Xianxia marveled at these things called auctions. An item worth only 10,000 Saint Crystal could be sold for several times more once it was put up in a good auction. It seemed auctions were definitely a great way to gather money. Xianxia was a bit calmer and sensible, but Yang Yan and Wu Yi were completely different. They had become completely caught up in the heat of the auction, and even though neither of them were qualified to bid, that didn't prevent them from standing up, pointing at others and cheering them on, celebrating when the ones they were rooting for won and sighing forlornly when they failed. Where had their poised, ladle-like looks disappeared to? With a slightly blushing face, Xianxia grabbed 2 spirit fruits and shoved them into Wu Yi and Yang Yan's mouths, finally settling them down a bit. The 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples stood behind them, pursing their lips as their shoulders trembled, doing their best to not laugh. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out was getting higher and higher. For the first hour or two, the auctioned items were basically for the cultivators sitting on the ground floor. Those in the private rooms up above had barely participated up to this point, but after the 2-hour mark, voices from the private rooms began calling out with much higher frequency. The beautiful woman on the stage has been standing there for so long, yet the pretty smile on her face never wavered, and she didn't seem the least bit fatigued, her words still ringing out crisp and sweet. At the most appropriate times, she would raise the enthusiasm of those people who were bidding so that every item was sold for a high price. The next item to be auctioned is a very special one. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her charming voice seemingly drawing Saint Crystals out of the crowd's pockets. The reason why this thing is special is that its value may be high or may be low. While saying so, the elegantly dressed woman responsible for displaying the auction items stepped out onto the high platform holding a jade plate in her hands. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on that jade plate, wanting to know what was being sold as the beautiful woman's description had been so ambiguous. Atop the high platform, the woman set down the jade plate and picked up its contents, pinching its corners with her hands and slowly rotating around so that everyone could get a good look at it. Countless divine senses swept the stage immediately, and after waiting for everyone to see this item, it was placed back down on the jade plate. The beautiful female auctioneer giggled and proceeded. Everyone should have seen it clearly. This is an ancient map. The origin of this ancient map is very special. When one of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's disciples was out collecting items to be auctioned, he coincidentally saved someone's life, and in return for his actions, he was given this ancient map. The saved individual said that this was an ancestral relic of his family, and according to the research of many experts in my Treasure Trove Pavilion, this ancient map is only a fragment of a much larger map. We don't know the specific fraction this map is of the complete map, but it is at least several thousand years old. The location pointed to by this ancient map isn't clear, and no one knows what treasures it is hiding. Perhaps there is nothing special at its end, but perhaps there is amazing wealth, profound inheritance, or high-grade artifacts and secret arts just waiting to be discovered. As the beautiful woman's voice rang out, and the map's description left her lips, the atmosphere inside the auction heated up even more. Shocking wealth, profound secret arts, mysterious inheritances. These words drew the attention of everyone in the private rooms and on the floor. Of course, everyone knew that despite this woman's extravagant and colored description, her words were very unreliable. This was just a fragment of a map. Who knew it would be of any use or if what it led to was of any worth? Moreover, if this ancient map had great value, it would not have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an incredibly powerful force in its own right and would naturally send its own people out to dig up this treasure if they felt it was worth doing so. The beautiful woman, however, could see that excitement in the room had risen, so she knew she had achieved her objective. No longer wasting any time and simply saying, "The starting price for this ancient map is 10,000 Saint crystals." She didn't even mention any restrictions on increasing the bid, obviously intending for people to act freely. 10,000, although it was just a fragment of a map, that didn't lower the value of obtaining it. The fact that no other map fragment had been found so far didn't mean one wouldn't be found in the future. For a mere 10,000 Saint crystals, one may be able to purchase a priceless opportunity. So when the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people shouted bid the minimum price. The beautiful woman smiled lightly as she looked at one of the people on the main floor. This friend in seat 87 was the first to bid. "If other friends wish to win this treasure, please raise your bids." 12,000. 15,000. The bids from the main floor rose rapidly, and even those from the private rooms entered the fray. But each time someone made a new bid, they would at most raise the price by 2,000 or 3,000 Saint crystals. Soon, the ancient map fragment with a base price of 10,000 climbed to 50,000, then 70,000, then 80,000. After reaching 80,000, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly solidified and no one continued to bid. 80,000 Saint crystals for this ancient map fragment was quite a high price, and no one was willing to increase it further. After all, its current value wasn't even that high. Xianxia shook his head and was about to say a few words to Wu Yi about an unrelated matter when he suddenly discovered that Yang Yan's expression was a little weird, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan glanced back at him and replied in a whisper, "I have a similar map fragment." "What?" Xianxia was startled, asking again to confirm, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded sincerely. 82,000. Xianxia didn't even think about it and directly entered a bid. But in the next moment, his face cramped as he remembered he didn't actually have that many Saint crystals on him, making him feel incredibly awkward. But since he had already sent out a bid, it was naturally impossible for Xianxia to take it back. If he were to try, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion's people, resulting in a great disgrace. The atmosphere that had cooled down suddenly became hot again with Xianxia's offer, and the beautiful auctioneer smiled brilliantly towards the private room and said in a loud voice, "This friend from room C13 has bid for 82,000. Is there any higher bid?" Just when Xianxia was about to panic about what to do, a new voice called out from down on the main floor, solving this embarrassing problem for him. 100,000. Xianxia clearly felt that after this person called out this price, countless divine senses gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this man to make such a determined effort to acquire this ancient map fragment. Either he didn't care about spending 100,000 Saint crystals for this uncertain opportunity, or he had another fragment of this map. The man who called out this last bid also seemed to detect that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head. But his appearance has long been remembered by the interested parties. Hiding now was useless. Xianxia also took note of this person's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be very well off. Did this person also have a map fragment? Xianxia thought secretly. Xianxia was fairly certain this was the case, and not only was he, but several others in the hall were also convinced as well. Once this man left Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be stared at by countless people. Buying this ancient map fragment had brought disaster down upon him. Thinking so, Xianxia was secretly startled and felt fortunate that this person had solved this danger for him. Otherwise, he would be the one everyone would be paying attention to. However, Yang Yan possessing another fragment of this map was something completely unexpected for Xianxia. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he would be able to find some clue about what it led to. Xianxia was secretly debating what to do about this second map fragment. If he wanted to take it, he would need to choose an appropriate method and act quickly before others could. What if what the beautiful woman said was true and this ancient map fragment led to some kind of amazing treasure? On the high stage, the voice of the beautiful female auctioneer sounded again. 100,000. Is there any higher bid? 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. After a slow 3 count during which no other bids were made, the ancient map fragment was won by the middle-aged man for 100,000 Saint crystal. The treasure trove pavilion disciple holding the map fragment then delivered it to the man and accepted his 100,000 Saint Crystal payment, completing the transaction. As soon as he got hold of this map fragment though, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to get up right away and leave, but he didn't dare to act so rashly, forcing himself to sit in his chair and wait. His performance only made everyone else more certain he had another piece of this ancient map. The auction proceeded, but suddenly, one of the two Shadow Moon Hall female disciples took out her communication artifact and after reviewing the message sent to her, smiled widely. "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian has come to see you. Please have him come in." Yang Kai happened to be looking for Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected him to come over on his own accord. The female disciple nodded and immediately went to open the private room's door only to see Qian Tong waited outside with a big smile. Anyone who had suddenly obtained 30 million Saint Crystals without any effort would also be laughing stupidly like Qian Tong. As for Yen Pei leaking out news causing Qian Tong to lose this rare opportunity, Qian Tong no longer cared. With an additional 30 million Saint Crystals, if Shadow Moon Hall couldn't outbid the competition, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. "Nephew Yang. This Qian had some matters to attend to and was unable to get away until now. Please forgive me." Qian Tong cupped his hand and said politely, "Elder Qian is too serious. We wouldn't be eligible to sit here without Elder Qian's help." Yang Kai chuckled while inviting Qian Tong in to sit down. Qian Tong, however, just waved his hand and said, "This Qian must represent Shadow Moon Hall in this auction, so I cannot remain here for long. I merely came here to thank Nephew Yang." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Indeed. I must thank Nephew Yang for bringing such huge benefits to my Shadow Moon Hall. This is just a small token of appreciation from my Shadow Moon Hall. I hope Nephew Yang won't refuse," Qian Tong said as he passed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't respond for a moment, simply staring back at Qian Tong for a while before asking, "Elder Qian, can you explain the situation clearly? I really don't know what I have done to warrant such a gift from Shadow Moon Hall." Qian Tong's words were quite meaningful. He had said that this was a show of appreciation from Shadow Moon Hall, not himself. Accepting a gift from such a powerful force for no apparent reason made Yang Kai quite uncomfortable. This couldn't be related to the few items he had brought to the auction either, as the ultimate beneficiary of those items was Treasure Trove Pavilion. They brought no advantage at all to Shadow Moon Hall. Seemingly understanding that Yang Kai didn't want to owe others any favors, like when he had tried to give him that wild rose pill, Qian Tong knew that if he didn't make the situation clear this time, Yang Kai would certainly not accept the space ring. Thinking about it briefly, Qian Tong explained, "It's like this. The several items Nephew Yang delivered just now to be auctioned were valued extremely highly, catching the great forces that came to participate in this auction unprepared. As such, all of them needed to use by Heavenly Fate City's space array to return to their respective sects to collect additional Saint Crystals. Seeing this old master decided to charge them a small additional toll to make use of it. Ahem, and so the large part of this toll is Nephew's credit, but after all, those assets belong to Shadow Moon Hall, so this elder doesn't dare give you too much of it. This is just a small gift. Nephew Yang has no reason to refuse." Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected Qian Tong to do this kind of business, admiring his boldness as he thought about just how many people Qian Tong must have offended. No wonder he had seen so many people leaving the private rooms in a block and B block just before the auction started. It was all to raise more Saint Crystals. Yang Kai knew very well what the value of the treasures he had brought to auction were, and with Qian Tong's explanation just now, he immediately understood that this really was his own credit. No longer seeing a reason to refuse, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. "Since that's the case, this junior won't be polite. I originally wanted to find Elder Qian to borrow a few Saint Crystals in the interim, but now that seems unnecessary." Yang Kai truly wanted to see Qian Tong to borrow some Saint Crystals just now. Originally, he had no intention of participating in this auction. However, the appearance of the ancient map fragment had made Yang Kai realize that perhaps something he truly needed would appear. If such an item appeared but he didn't have any Saint Crystals to bid with, how sad would it be? Moreover, Seeing Wu Yi and Yang Yen cheer so enthusiastically for others, how could Yang Kai not realize they too wanted to join in the fun? Unexpectedly, as if he had predicted such the future, Qian Tong came over and gifted him some saint crystals. This delighted Yang Kai. Qian Tong also laughed. As long as nephew Yang doesn't bid on something too expensive, these saint crystals should be enough. He didn't say how many saint crystals he had given, and Yang Kai didn't ask. Such things weren't meant to be discussed openly by civilized gentlemen. Qian Tong had also said that this was just a small show of appreciation from Shadow Moon Hall and couldn't be used to make Yang Kai owe him a favor personally. Just then, the beautiful woman on the auction floor said loudly, "I believe everyone will be very interested in the next item, so please prepare your bids." With this remark, Yang Kai clearly felt that the atmosphere in each of the private rooms suddenly become tense. Obviously, they had gotten some small advanced warning about what this item might be, and while the cultivators on the main floor were in the dark, that didn't hinder their expectations from rising as well. The woman in charge of presenting the auction items walked out onto the stage with a beautiful jade bottle placed atop a fine jade plate. The beautiful female auctioneer picked up the jade bottle and opened the cap while excitedly saying, "What will be auctioned next is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's words fell, the audience burst into a ruckus, causing her to smile even more brightly, satisfied with everyone's response. After the beautiful female auctioneer's remarks, everyone in the auction hall began clamoring. In room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, "Nephew Yang, if you have time after this auction, this old master would still like to have a word with you. But right now this old master must snatch this origin condensing pill, so please excuse me." Yang Kai did not try to detain him and simply nodded. "Elder Qian, please carry on." Qian Tong left in a hurry, the beautiful woman waiting a moment before lifting her hand and quieting the audience. After the noise subsided, she continued, "Everyone knows the effects of this origin condensing pill. It can improve the chances a third-order Saint King cultivator can break through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is severely lacking in resources, so there are no Origin King Realm Masters. The Origin Returning Realm are the greatest powerhouses of our respective forces, but each year the number of cultivators who reach the Origin Returning Realm is very small. The biggest reason for this because we do not have many alchemists capable of refining origin condensing pills. Although this pill is just a Saint King grade high-rank pill, the difficulty in refining it is no less than a common origin grade low-rank pill with a success rate of less than 30%. It took great effort and resources to even acquire this single pill. The base price is 100,000 Saint Crystals. Each bid must increase the price no less than 2,000 Saint Crystals. Please. When the words of this beautiful woman reached his ears, Yang Kai was startled. This origin condensing pill was obviously brought to the auction by him, and it wasn't just one but two, so what was all this about Treasure Trove Pavilion expending great effort to collect it? This woman really knew how to spin out a tale, but in the auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else was obviously oblivious to the origins of this origin condensing pill. The beautiful woman was doing all this just to raise the origin condensing pill's price. Buying an origin condensing pill was almost equivalent to buying an origin returning realm master. Any great force would desperately want to acquire it. However, Yang Kai had clearly brought 2 origin condensing pills, but Treasure Trove Pavilion was now only auctioning off 1. Apparently, they wanted to raise a big fuss over this origin condensing pill as a warm-up, but even if someone snatched it up, the competition probably wouldn't be too intense. Most cultivators didn't want to rely on such pills to break through as they were just supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was soon proved right. The competition over this origin condensing pill was truly hot, but none of the honored guests in the private rooms joined in. Instead, it was the cultivators sitting on the main floor who were posting all the bids, raising the price in a short time from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind these cultivators weren't nearly as powerful as the ones behind those sitting in the private rooms, so the number of origin returning realm masters they possessed was quite small. A single origin condensing pill wouldn't bring too many benefits to a great force. After all, it could only be used by one cultivator. But for these small forces, a single origin returning realm master could increase their strength and status significantly. If a force like the Haiku family or Su family, that had a number of third-order Saint Kings but no origin-returning Realm Master, could acquire this origin-condensing pill, they would be able to soar upwards and enter the inner circle of Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying completely different treatment than what they were currently receiving. That was why these smaller forces went all out to win this origin-condensing pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bidding gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint Crystals were the bottom line for most of these people, so no matter how much they wanted to increase the bid, they were not unable to. The guest in seat 321 has bid 280,000. Is there any higher bid? The beautiful female auctioneer called out repeatedly, her smile as elegant as before. The man who called the price of 280,000 stood up in excitement, looking around with equal parts nervousness and eagerness on his face, lest someone now outbid him, so anxious he couldn't bear to wait for the beautiful woman to make her customary appeals. Hurry up. No one is going to increase the price, hurry up. The beautiful woman also seemed to have reached such a conclusion and smiled slightly upon hearing these words, calling out loudly, 280,000 going. 300,000. A low voice suddenly echoed from one of the private rooms, interrupting the beautiful woman's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze as her dazzling eyes went towards the private room where the voice originated from. The cultivator who was just about to win heard the 300,000 come from one of the A-block private rooms and immediately sat down dejectedly. Forget about the other party making a higher bid than him. The simple fact that this person was sitting in the A-block private rooms meant he was not someone who could be provoked. This person not bidding before was obviously because they disdained to participate in a shouting match with the cats and dogs on the main floor and was only intended to speak the final word. Could be said that this person's methods were commendable. He had allowed the lower-level cultivators in the hall to heat up the atmosphere before jumping in at the last moment and showing off his wealth. His approach was quite successful as no one on the main floor made another bid. The beautiful woman's lips curled upwards slightly as she prepared to start the countdown again. Although an origin condensing pill was quite rare and precious, 300,000 high-rank Saint Crystals fell within her expected sale price. But before she could speak, someone made a new bid, and an outrageous one at that. 400,000. After quoting this price, the person behind the bid let out a great laugh and quipped, "An origin condensing pill is such a valuable treasure. It deserves better bids than this. It's insulting to simply raise the price a few thousand Saint Crystals at a time." These words were no doubt mocking the A-block private room guest who had just bid 300,000. But no one thought there was a problem with that, because the one who made this new bid was also sitting in the A-block private rooms. Clearly, this person's status was not lower than the previous bidder. On Shadowed Star, the great forces didn't share a harmonious relationship. There were many open fights between them, and some were even blood enemies. The smarter individuals in the hall had already guessed that there was some kind of grudge between these two people, or the forces behind them. Otherwise, why would they be picking such an obvious fight? Elder Qian, Wu Yi whispered in private room C13. The voice that just called out the 400,000 bid was actually Qian Tong's. This old fogey left only a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye, he had thrown out so much money. It really made her wonder where he had gotten so many Saint Crystals. Yang Kai also frowned, wondering what game Qian Tong was playing. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was brought here by him, so why was he raising the price so high? If Qian Tong really won it, wouldn't he just be losing money? Or did he really want this pill for some reason? Perhaps he was deliberately raising the price in order to buy it back at a high price and sell Yang Kai a favor. But Qian Tong no doubt knew there was a better origin condensing pill to come in this auction, so there was no need to go all out here. If Qian Tong really wanted to sell Yang Kai a favor, it would be better to raise the price of the other origin condensing pill instead. Yang Kai could only assume that Qian Tong had some kind of grudge with the person who made the previous bid. Humph. For 110,000. The previous bidder outright ignored the ridicule behind Qian Tong's words, and with a cold snort raised the price by a mere 10,000 again. 500,000. In contrast, Qian Tong put on the air of a filthy rich man and immediately bid a price that drew shock and admiration from many cultivators in the hall. 510,000. 600,000. The situation devolved into a fight between these two people with Chen Tong and the other man now shouting out successive bids in the hall. The price of this origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was dreaming, hardly able to believe the pill he had casually refined would sell for such a high price. He had asked Wu Yi what pill was the most expensive on Shadowed Star. Wu Yi had named the Origin Condensing Pill and Origin Nirvana Pill. Yang Kai wasn't able to refine the Origin Nirvana Pill, so he instead refined 2 Origin Condensing Pills. He was originally afraid that Yang Yen's 2 Origin-grade artifacts wouldn't be able to see for a high enough price, so he wanted to contribute something. But he had never thought that the price of an Origin Condensing Pill would reach such heights. With 600,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, Yang Kai could purchase a large number of precious materials, enough for Yang Yen to expand and enhance the spirit array around Dragon Cave Mountain significantly. What's more, the bidding war between Chen Tong and the other man was still ongoing, causing the price to soar to 700,000 in a flash. Countless gasps and sighs rang out from the private rooms, all of them feeling like these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an Origin Condensing Pill to such a height. Even if there was a deep hatred between these two, that alone shouldn't have been enough to create such a debacle. What if this set a precedent for future Origin Condensing Pills that appeared for auction? Would they all need to be bought at such an outrageous price? If that was the case, only fools would buy them. So many Saint Crystals, these rich people are really too terrifying. Wu Yi smiled bitterly, thinking about how the Haiku family would struggle desperately just to earn a few tens of thousands of Saint Crystals, while here in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, this kind of money could be freely squandered. Just wait a bit and those Saint Crystal will be ours. Yang Kai scratched his cheek lightly. Why? Wu Yi stared at him blankly. That Origin Condensing Pill being auctioned is mine. What? Wu Yi and Yang Yen both stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, and even the 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall covered their mouths in shock, neither of them having imagined that the young man they had been assigned to serve was actually so wealthy. With just these 700,000 Saint Crystals, his status in their minds had immediately soared. 800,000! Chen Tong called out, his voice still unhurriedly, as if 800,000 Saint Crystals weren't even worth him worrying about. 900,000! The man competing with Chen Tong had also been driven to the limits of forbearance and abandoned his previous stance of only increasing his bid by 10,000, directly adding 100,000 Saint Crystals before angrily shouting, Chen Tong, old dog, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you. A trivial 100,000 Saint Crystal is nothing for my sea temple. Ha ha ha. Chen Tong laughed wantonly. Zhang Huayan, what do you mean? Is this your first time participating Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? No matter the treasure, whoever bids the highest price wins it. Do you not even understand such a simple truth? This old master has a liking for this Origin Condensing Pill, so naturally he will bid freely. If you can't afford to compete with this old master, then accept defeat graciously. And this old master recently picked up a few tens of millions of Saint Crystals but has no idea what to do with them. If I don't even buy something I want, what am I supposed to do with them? Bury them with me? As soon as these words came out, angry grumbling leaked from many private rooms while the master from Sea Temple called Zhang Huai and was so mad he nearly coughed up blood. The Saint Crystals Chen Tong had picked up were from nearly everyone in the auction hall's private rooms. Naturally, Sea Temple had also made a generous contribution, using others' Saint Crystals to snatch a treasure that person wanted. Chen Tong's approach was simply too wicked. Although everyone was spurning Chen Tong in their hearts, in truth they were all quite envious. Why did such a great opportunity to collect money land in Chen Tong's lap? The Treasure Trove Pavilion auction was held every 2 or 3 years and at cities controlled by various different great forces, but being able to turn this into an opportunity to reap a huge profit required both cunning and ingenuity. No one spoke up to support Zhang Huayan. Forget about Chen Tong's words really being how auctions worked. All of them were more than happy to see the atmosphere become livelier. On top of that, it was known that there were some grudges between Shadow Moon Hall and the Sea Temple. So Chen Tong targeting Zhang Huayan in this way was actually a veiled conflict between these two great forces. No one wanted to meddle in this matter. So that's how it is. Wu Yi whispered suddenly. What did you figure out? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I know why that Zhang Huaiyan is so determined to buy that origin condensing pill. Wu Yi smiled. He is one of the 3 temple masters of Sea Temple. I heard that his favorite son, Jiang Zhiren, was born with only average aptitude. Zhang Huaiyan has used countless precious treasures to promote his son's cultivation to the Third Order Saint King realm, but unfortunately, Third Order Saint King is Jiang Zhiren's natural limit. If there is no origin condensing pill, he will forever be unable to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Zhang Huaiyan has traveled widely to buy an origin condensing pill, and has also collected several batches of materials to refine an origin condensing pill, but has so far been unsuccessful in both respects. So he is willing to go all out to buy this origin condensing pill. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Finally understand why Qian Tong would raise the price so brazenly. He was taking advantage of Zhang Huaiyan's weakness and knew that the latter would buy it no matter what. It should be so. This Sea Temple master being willing to pay such a high price is definitely because he wants to bring it back for Jiang Zhiren. But there is a limit to everything. This Zhang Huaiyan may be hot-headed, but he's not a fool. I suspect that if Elder Qian raises the price again, that origin condensing pill will land in his hands. Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong was quite good to him, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his own hands. Wu Yi, however, just smiled. What's there to worry about? Didn't you just hear what Elder Qian said? He said he just picked up tens of millions of Saint crystals. Although that's surely an exaggeration, Elder Qian is no doubt a wealthy man. That's right. How many Saint crystals did he give you just now? I don't know. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he still had a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had handed him this ring and then hurriedly left. The auction for the origin condensing pill had started immediately, drawing Yang Kai attention, and in the rush of the bidding, he had forgotten to check just how many Saint crystals he had been gifted. Sweeping the space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze up. How many? Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's face cramp and asked nervously, not knowing why her heart was suddenly pounding slightly. Even Yang Yen craned her neck slightly while eagerly waiting for Yang Kai's reply. Yang Kai took a deep breath to calm himself before handing the space ring to them. See for yourself. Wu Yi accepted it doubtfully, but after using her divine sense to check the amount of Saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help yelping as she covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yen seized the space ring and also examined it, her reaction not differing much from Wu Yi's a moment later. 3 million high-rank Saint crystals were in the space ring sent by Qian Tong. There were actually 3 million high-rank Saint crystals inside this space ring, let alone Wu Yi and Yang Yen. Even Yang Kai was dumbstruck by this shocking and unexpected amount. Yang Kai had thought that Qian Tong was simply sending him a small gift of perhaps 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank Saint crystals. How was he supposed to know it would actually be 10 times that amount? No wonder Qian Tong said that as long as he didn't try to buy anything too expensive, these Saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. With 3 million Saint crystals, how many things could he buy? Looks like Elder Qian wasn't exaggerating at all. He really did pick up tens of millions of Saint crystals. Yang Kai wore a strange expression. He knew that these Saint crystals were all road tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so black-hearted. Tens of millions worth of road tolls meant that these 3 million were less than a tenth of the total amount. Wu Yi shot a wary glance over to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples before whispering to Yang Kai, "We need to act cautiously here." Yang Kai, however, just snorted, "Why should I act cautiously? Those road tolls were mostly my credit. Without me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to charge those forces so many Saint crystals. We can accept these 3 million Saint crystals boldly. All right?" Wu Yi nodded, still a little worried. While Yang Kai's trio were talking amongst themselves, Qian Tong and Zhang Huaiyan had been trading insults back and forth. Inside his block private room, Yen Pei, who had been sipping his tea calmly, had gradually grown annoyed, coldly snorted, and said, "Cease your bickering. Everyone here is waiting to continue the auction. If you two really find the other not pleasing to the eye, go outside and fight it out." What point is there in simply exchanging words? Don't delay my Treasure Trove Pavilion's business. With Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief steward's intervention, Qian Tong and Zhang Huai finally settled down. Even if they didn't give each other any face, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, if they were banned from participate in the auction in the future, the ones who would lose would be them. Many of the most precious and valuable treasures on Shadowed Star were auctioned through Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, "This old master just can't get used to the stinginess of some people. Forget it. There's no point in arguing over something so trivial. Whoever wins this wins it. Girl, what was the last bid for this origin condensing pill?" The beautiful female auctioneer smiled and replied, "Elder Qian, Temple Master Jiang just bid 900,000. 900,000? Such a high price, heh? That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills." As soon as Qian Tong's words came out, the sound of a chair being crushed could clearly be heard from the private room of Zhang Huayan. This Temple Master obviously wished he could skin Qian Tong alive right now. The price had been raised by Qian Tong himself, yet he now had the audacity to make sarcastic remarks about it. It was like he had vowed not to rest until he annoyed Zhang Huai to death. Qian Tong soon shouted again, 1 million! The audience gasped once more. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally a 1 million crystal item had appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was drastically higher than the market price, this was an auction after all. Pricing being higher than normal was only natural. The sound of something being crushed rang out again from the private room occupied by Temple. Qian Tong, however, just laughed. "Zhang Huayan, don't say this old master doesn't know how to be considerate. You and I have known each other for many years after all. And it's a bit inappropriate for us to make a scene here and have others laugh at us for a mere origin condensing pill. If you can outbid this old master once more, this old master will let you have this origin condensing pill. What do you say? 1,010,000. Even if he knew perfectly well that Qian Tong was ridiculing him still, Zhang Huai had to increase the price. After coming this far, this competition was no longer about this origin condensing pill, but rather about reputation. In addition, these past few years, Zhang Huai had expended great pains to acquire an origin condensing pill, the herbs he had collected alone costing him over 1 million Saint crystals, yet every time he sought an alchemist, these herbs had ended up being destroyed. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, there was no way he wouldn't grab hold of it. What made Zhang Huai truly want to cough up blood, though, was that clearly he was the one who bought this origin condensing pill, but for those who were uninformed, it looked like Qian Tong had sold him a favor by allowing him to win it. If it wasn't for this being Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house inside Heavenly Fate City, Zhang Huai would definitely attack Qian Tong here and now. He had simply gone too far. After the 1,010,000 Saint crystal price was called, no one else spoke, not even Qian Tong. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and called the count, delivering the origin condensing pill to Zhang Huai. Yet, a moment later, with the 3 million Saint crystals Qian Tong had delivered him, and this additional 1 million crystals, Yang Kai was very happy, but after receiving the first 3 million Saint crystals, acquiring 1 million more didn't affect the trio as strongly. After obtaining a certain amount of money, everything just became mere numbers. However, this didn't prevent the trio from looking forward to their other items being auctioned. Even Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as how valuable Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact would be. The auction now entered its second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill serving as a transition point, the following items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out were truly of a different grade. Whether it was in terms of rarity or quality, all of the items in the second half of the auction were much higher than before, and so too were their prices. By this point, the cultivators sitting on the main floor had basically lost the qualifications to participate in the auction. Now, the bidders were all people in the private rooms with the rest of the audience just watching the fun. The winning bid for almost every auctioned item now was not less than 200,000 Saint crystals, with a few items breaking through the 1 million Saint crystal mark. This display made Yang Kai once again realize that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. It was just that ordinary people were not as aware of them. The auction of Treasure Trove Pavilion was what brought these rich people together. With 3 million Saint crystals in hand, and 1 million waiting to be collected, Yang Yan and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction. Yang Yan was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so naturally they wouldn't bid on any artifacts, and when the pair wanted to buy some pills, they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so how could he let them waste money unnecessarily? In the end, Yang Yan only bought some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of star iron the size of a melon for 250,000 Saint crystals. 10 pieces of high-quality azure spirit would worth 370,000 Saint crystals, and some 9th-order monster beast parts plus its monster core for around 1 million crystals. The 3 million Saint crystals in their hands rapidly shrank. Yang Kai never called a bid because he didn't see anything he wanted. It wasn't until a strange, unidentified stone about the size of a washbasin appeared that Yang Kai bought it for its starting price of 150,000. According to the beautiful female auctioneer, this strange stone could not be identified even by Treasure Trove Pavilion's appraisal grandmasters, and even their artifact refiners had failed to melt it down. Numerous masters in the auction hall also investigated this stone with their divine senses, but none were able to discover anything about it, and it became the first item to be sold at the base price. Because no one knew what it was and artifact refiners were unable to melt it, it was clearly not ordinary, so the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It was only at the last moment that Yang Kai lazily quoted the reserved price and easily purchased it. Others only thought Yang Kai was eager to burn his money and had decided to buy this strange item to add to his collection. But Wu Yi and Yang Yan knew Yang Kai had not acted for such a shallow reason, because while waiting for the Treasure Trove Pavilion disciple to send the stone over, Yang Kai's expression was clearly quite excited but also somewhat uncertain. After a moment, a woman from Treasure Trove Pavilion brought the strange stone to private room C13, and Yang Kai handed over the 150,000 Saint crystals. Happily playing with the strange stone for a while, Yang Kai soon threw it into his space ring. Yang Yan walked over and asked softly, "Do you know what that thing is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't know what it is, but you still bought it?" Yang Yan was struck speechless and rolled her eyes. "I don't know what it is, but I know it's useful to me," Yang Kai said defiantly. If he didn't know it would be useful to him, how could he have spent 150,000 high-rank Saint crystals to buy it? Even if that much money wasn't much compared to his current worth, it wasn't an amount he would simply waste either. "It's useful to you?" Yang Yan frowned, leaning in further as she whispered, "Do you have some kind of exotic insects?" "Exotic insects?" Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, his brow slowly rising as he asked, "Do you know what this stone is for?" Yang Yan nodded. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be amazed. Even the Grandmaster appraisers of Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't know what the strange stone was, nor did any of the powerful masters in the auction hall. Yet the seemingly incredibly young Yang Yan actually knew what it was. On top of that, she was also an origin-grade artifact refiner and a powerful array master. This little girl was one big mystery. Yang Kai had long suspected that Yang Yan had an incredible story behind her, but now it seemed it really was so. "What is that stone?" Yang Kai whispered while Wu Yi also leaned in to hear. "A profound insect stone," Yang Yan said confidently. "It has no effect on human cultivators and can only be used to cultivate some exotic insects. It's quite rare and contains a strange type of energy that is useless for artifact refining and cannot be absorbed by cultivators. But once exotic insects settle on it, they can grow rapidly. That's why I asked if you have exotic insects." Hearing this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood why then soul-devouring insects that were living on the six-colored island floating in his knowledge sea suddenly became excited when the stone appeared. The soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects, which were naturally a type of exotic insects. These soul-devouring insects were originally obtained by Yang Kai on Tongxian realm and had been living on his six-colored soul-warming lotus ever since. When he first acquired them, they weren't very strong, only effective on cultivators below the Saint realm, but if a cultivator at or below the Transcendent realm had their knowledge sea infested with them, they would instantly die. After a number of mutations and many years living on the six-colored soul-warming lotus though, Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects had become much stronger, but they were still only able to cause harm to Saint realm cultivators. Saint Kings would easily be able to destroy them, and with the growth of Xianxia's strength, these soul-devouring insects had gradually lost their usefulness. Xianxia, however, didn't abandon them and simply allowed them to multiply and develop by themselves. If it weren't for the appearance of this profound insect stone today, and the soul-devouring insect's vivid response to it, Xianxia might have even forgotten about their existence entirely. It was because of the excitement of the soul-devouring insects that Xianxia had not hesitated to buy this profound insect stone. Now listening to Yang Yan's explanation, Xianxia immediately knew that he had bought a real treasure. Those 150,000 saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If this profound insect stone could allow his soul-devouring insects to evolve to the point where they could cause harm to Saint Kings or even Origin Realm Masters, it would be a huge boost to his strength. What exotic insects do you have? Yang Yan asked curiously. I'll tell you after we return home. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Yang Yan looked at him strangely but didn't press the issue. Look at that pair of twin daggers are up for auction. Wuyi suddenly called out in excitement. She knew that she couldn't reveal that these daggers were refined by Yang Yan, so she could only speak in a roundabout manner. Xianxia and Yang Yan both turned to look at the auction platform where they saw the twin daggers being brought out alongside a number of other origin-grade artifacts. A process of 12 women dressed in fine robes, each holding a jade plate, walked out onto the high stage. Atop each jade plate was an origin-grade low-rank artifact, all of them emitting a brilliant halo and rich aura that attracted everyone's attention. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled and said, "Everyone should know what is going to be auctioned this round. Yes, these are exactly 12 original-grade low-rank artifacts. I think everyone here also knows that it won't be long until the Flowing Flame Sand Field, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, opens. This is a great opportunity that can only be encountered once every few hundred years. To enter the Flowing Flame Sand Field, one must have sufficient strength, but also excellent equipment. These 12 original-grade low-rank artifacts were specially prepared by my treasure trove pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and can add some life-saving strength to those who will be treasure hunting. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, so my treasure trove pavilion had to exert great effort to collect these 12 artifacts, even suffering many casualties and injuries amongst our disciples." While the beautiful woman continued her high-spirited introduction, Xianxia frowned and turned to ask Wu Yi, "What are these 3 great forbidden zones?" Wu Yi smiled. "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so it's only natural to not have heard of them. The 3 great forbidden zones are famous ominous places on Shadowed Star. Everyone's face will pale when thinking about them. The first of these zones is, as she said, the Flowing Flame Sand Field. No one knows how vast it truly is, but it is a place that is perennially covered in blazing heat. Even the outermost region's heat cannot be resisted by us cultivators. Once, an origin-returning realm master, relying on his great strength, tried to dive into the Flowing Flame Sand Field to treasure hunt. But even though his cultivation was truly high and he had made ample preparations, the moment he entered the Flowing Flame Sand Field, his body was incinerated and even his artifacts were melted away." "Seriously?" Xianxia was startled. "Yes, and that was just the heat in the outermost outskirts. It is said that if one penetrates further inside, even an Origin King Master wouldn't be able to resist the blazing heat. However, that's just the rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows it's true or not." Wu Yi smiled sweetly. "Then why did that woman say the Flowing Flame Sand Field is about to open?" Xianxia frowned. If the Flowing Flame Sand Field really was a place that no one could enter without dying, who would be stupid enough to rush into it? No one disliked their life being long, because there is a period of time when the heat of the Flowing Flame Sand Field greatly reduces. This time isn't fixed and may occur after several dozen years or several hundred years. Once the heat weakens, cultivators can enter it. From what I saw in the family records, the last time the Flowing Flame Sand Field opened was 400 years ago. Since then, no one has entered it. Xianxia's eyes brightened. If no one had entered that place for 400 years, how many good things would have appeared? No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said it was a huge opportunity. Xianxia knew there were many precious treasures that only grew in extremely hot environments, and the hotter it got, the stronger these treasures would grow. There may be many such treasures just waiting to be found in the flowing flame sand field. However, it wasn't the precious treasures which most attracted Xianxia at the moment, but the high temperature itself. This would be a perfect chance for him to refine the profound in sunflower water. Back on Rainfall Star, Zhong-Ao once said that if he wanted to refine the profound in sunflower water, he first needed to find a place with extremely high heat. Xianxia had more than 20 drops of profound in sunflower water on him and had collected all the required materials for refining it. So now all he needed was to find a suitable place to do so. The flowing flame sand field undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine even one drop, Xianxia's strength will definitely improve again. Wu Yi continued. The second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden, which is said to have been the back garden of the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Xianxia was startled. The Starry Sky Great Emperor? And that legendary senior. It is said that many years ago, the entire Hung Luo star field was controlled by the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the Star Emperor one day disappeared and no one knows where he went. Xianxia's heart pounded. He had heard rumors about the Star Emperor going back as far as the floating continent. At that time, he hadn't cared too much though, as he thought this so-called Star Emperor was just a myth. But now, it seemed that this person may really have existed at one point, because even on a remote, isolated cultivation star like Shadowed Star, he was still a legendary figure. Such a widely known character couldn't be just an empty rumor. The Star Emperor that ruled the entire star field, just how powerful would he have had to be? Both forget about the Star Emperor. Xianxia had yet to even meet a true Star Master. All Xianxia knew was that in order to become a Star Master, one had to at least reach the Origin King realm, after which they needed to take a great risk to refine a star source. If they failed though, that Origin King realm master would die. The flowing flame sand field has always existed, but no one can enter it at will. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is nowhere to be found. No one knows where it is, and only occasionally, for a fleeting moment, can some people enter it, but no one can return alive. Only at certain special times will the Emperor Garden stabilize and become a massive opportunity. Xianxia heard this with some excitement. The back garden of the Star Emperor. Anyone who heard of such a place would be able to imagine just how many priceless treasures it held. The third forbidden zone is Shadowed Soul Island, which is out at sea and also extremely dangerous. If the flowing flame sand field has always existed, and the Emperor Garden has occasional appears, then Shadowed Soul Island is really nowhere to be found. All those who have found it died before they could tell anyone of it, Wu Yi said in a chilly voice, causing Yang Yan nearby to tremble in fright. Though this trembling did not mean much because this little girl's courage had always been a little too small. Since no one has seen it and lived to tell the tale, why is everyone sure this Shadowed Soul Island even exists? Xianxia frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this last one was a little unrealistic. Wu Yi smiled slightly. It's reasonable to say it exists. Since everyone knows about Shadowed Soul Island, it must exist. Xianxia didn't try to dwell on the issue. On the other hand, with the flowing flame sand field about to open, he was actually quite excited. There was definitely no better place for him to refine the profound in sunflower water. Zhong-Ao had said that when refining the profound in sunflower water, as long as it was within one's own tolerance range, the higher the temperature of the environment, the better, as the great heat would further stimulate the power of the profound in sunflower water. I wonder how I can go in when the time is right, Xianxia thought to himself. As Xianxia's expectations soared upwards, atop the auction stage, the beautiful female auctioneer began the bidding for the first Origin-grade low-rank artifact. Because the flowing flame sand field was about to open, and due to the scarcity of Origin-grade artifacts, even if Treasure Trove Pavilion had brought out 12 artifacts for this auction, the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms did not fade. If anything, it was even higher than normal. There was no doubt all 12 of these Origin-grade low-rank artifacts would be sold at high prices. Xianxia heard Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fang Tianzhong call out a high bid, soon followed by Heaven Battling Union's Chu Changfeng. He also heard the silver bell-like voice of Colored Glass Sec's In Su Dai. All these young geniuses seemed to be scrambling to acquire these origin-grade low-rank artifacts to enhance their strength in preparation to enter the flowing flame sand field. The starting price of 100,000 Saint crystals for the first origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly rose to 600,000 and showed no signs of slowing down. Xianxia realized as he listened that he had still been underestimating the purchasing power of these great forces as well as the preciousness of origin-grade artifact on Shadowed Star. He had thought that since Saint King grade high-rank artifacts sold for between 30 and 50,000 Saint crystals, an origin grade low-rank should sell for around 2 or 300,000. But this was not the case at all. Although origin grade low-rank and Saint King grade high-rank were only separated by a single rank, their prices of each differed immensely. But after thinking about it, Xianxia soon understood. These great forces did not lack wealthy as years of accumulation had given them huge reserves of Saint crystals. What they lacked was the opportunities to purchase good treasures. So once such items did appear, they wouldn't hesitate to spend more Saint crystals to acquire them. Origin-grade low-rank artifact were such treasures. On Shadowed Star, the highest level of artifact refiner was origin-grade low-rank, but not all of them could successfully refine every artifact they attempted to make like Xianxia. Like in alchemy, artifact refining also carried with it a great chance failure, and once an artifact was damaged during the refinement process, not only could it not be completed, even the raw materials would be lost. The probability of destroying the raw materials was quite high, naturally causing the prices of origin-grade artifacts to rise dramatically. The first origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through the million Saint crystal mark, and although the number of bidders had gradually decreased, many people were still continuing to increase the price. Xianxia very much wanted to see how much this artifact would sell for, but suddenly, his expression changed and he whispered to Xianxia and Wuxia, "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." The two women gave him a stunned glance but didn't ask any questions, simply nodding while seeing him off. Xianxia quickly left private room C13 and walked straight out of Treasure Trove Pavilion. He lingered around the Treasure Trove Pavilion for a while before diving into the crowd and disappearing. Although he had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, Xianxia had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator who had bought the ancient map fragment earlier. The appearance of the 12 original grade artifacts had raised the tension in the auction hall greatly, and when everyone's attention had been drawn to the 12 origin grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator who bought the map fragment actually tried to sneak out. Obviously, he thought it was a good opportunity to escape unnoticed. Before, when this man had unhesitantly spent 100,000 Saint crystals to snatch up this ancient map fragment, he had attracted many people's attention, so he was now trying to get away while most people were distracted. However, it was now too late for any of that. A cultivator like him should never have tried to win this map fragment. Xianxia's divine sense was comparable to that of an origin returning realm master, so it was naturally quite easy for him to monitor this man. Moreover, Xianxia had found that many others had the same plan as him as, after he left Treasure Trove Pavilion, a number of others also quietly exited, all of them trailing behind the new owner of the map fragment. Xianxia was struck speechless for a while. He had thought that not many people would be paying such close attention to this cultivator besides him, but now it appeared the exact opposite was true. The great forces behind these people obviously thought that this First Order Saint King had more than one piece of this ancient map, and once they were able to acquire them, they might be able to uncover some useful clues. Xianxia's face went black. Although he no longer had any good way to grab this map fragment, it was impossible for him to simply give up just like that. After all, Xianxia definitely had another piece of this ancient map, so for the time being, he decided to take one step at a time, staring by tailing this man out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment deliberately concealed his aura and tried his best to be mindful of his surroundings, how was a mere First Order Saint King supposed to escape the eyes of so many experts? After less than an incense stick worth of time, this man left Heavenly Fate City with a series of silhouettes following close behind. Xianxia was the furthest back of this group, and although many people's divine senses had already found him, including some belonging to origin returning realm masters, no one paid a minor character like Xianxia any mind. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, a desolate clearing with some small rocky outcroppings standing at the edge of a chaotic, messy stone forest. It was definitely a good place to rob and kill someone. Gu Xiong had long ago noticed that some people were following him. But even if he knew this, he had no way to get rid of them, as he clearly knew why they had him in their sights. His legs were shaking and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. For the treasure trove pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City this time, he had managed to buy an admission ticket from his friend and brought along all the Saint Crystal he had accumulated over the years, hoping to buy something good to improve his strength. But instead of buying something that could immediately bring him benefits, in a fit of what must have been insanity, he had actually bought this map fragment for an absurd 100,000 Saint Crystals. That wasn't just all of his savings, but also the savings of several generations of his family. If he was given another chance, Gu Xiong swore he would never have waded into these muddy waters. Whoever wanted this ancient map fragment could buy it, as long as it wasn't him. Unfortunately for him, it was too late to regret it now, and as he continued flying forward, Gu Xiong could feel the countless cold stares piercing his back. He didn't even dare to summon his star shuttle, for he was certain the moment he did that, he would be greeted by a storm of attacks. Looking at the messy stone forest roughly 10 kilometers in front of him, Gu Xiong came to a halt, not daring to go any further, for if he did, he would definitely die. A cold wind blew past him, causing Gu Xiong's shirt, which was filled with sweat, to flap wildly. Unable to bear the stress any longer, Gu Xiong collapsed to the ground, knelt down and shouted loudly, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life. This junior should never have bought this map fragment. I just broke through to the Saint King realm. I don't want to die." The winds howled slightly, carrying the sound of Gu Xiong's wailing, causing this deserted place to seem even eerier. There was no movement from anywhere. But Gu Xiong knew that these people weren't afraid of him, but rather each other. Truly unable to withstand his own anxiety any longer, Gu Xiong took out the map fragment from his space ring, held it up high, and along with the wind continued to shout, "The map fragment is here. If several seniors want it, please take it. Just spare this insignificant junior's life." Although no one appeared, Gu Xiong noticed an invisible pressure well up from all directions, as if a dozen great hands stretched out towards this map fragment, but in the next moment drew back. Gu Xiong continued crying and begging for mercy, a short time later shouting once more, "Seniors, I'll leave the map fragment here. Whoever wants to take it may do so freely. May this junior withdraw now." Still no one answered. Gu Xiong shouted the same request 3 times before speaking, as if trying to deceive himself. "Since seniors have no objection, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, he set the ancient map fragment down on the ground, placing a stone on top of it to ensure it didn't blow away, then slowly stood up. As soon as this man turned around, though, he saw a young man standing behind him. Scaring Gu Xiong so greatly he collapsed to his knees again. This young man wore a powerful artifact armor, and at first glance was clearly not an ordinary person. What surprised Gu Xiong the most wasn't this youth, though, but the 2 masters who wore grim expressions standing behind him. From the aura these 2 revealed, it was easy to infer that they were both Origin Realm masters. "Do you think this place is the same as an auction? You shout 3 times and everything is settled," the young man sneered. Gu Xiong quickly waved his hand. "I dare not. I've shown this young master something disgraceful, but no matter how long I shouted here, no one here bothers with me. Young master, I've left the map fragment here. If you want it, please take it. I only ask you not to kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me." The young man remained unmoved, motioning to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early, because there were at least 30 people here waiting to pounce. But seeing this timid Saint King realm cultivator try to leave, this young master couldn't restrain himself any longer and stepped forward. One of the Origin returning realm masters behind this young man lifted his hand and drew the map fragment over towards him, opening it and inspecting it for a moment before nodding. "It is the one that appeared at the auction." Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and tossed it into his space ring before turning to stare at Gu Xiong and demanding, "Show me your space ring." "Ah!" Gu Xiong hesitated for a moment. Apparently this was his first time being robbed, but even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist, obediently removing his space ring and handing it to the young man. The young man used his divine sense to sweep the inside of the space ring, his face immediately becoming gloomy afterwards as he questioned angrily. "You don't have any other map fragments?" "I never said I did," Guxiong replied weakly. "Bastard!" The young man was furious and viciously kicked Guxiong's stomach, grinding his teeth as he shouted. "If you didn't have any other fragments of this map, why did you bid on it? Didn't that beautiful woman say this map fragment led to amazing wealth, powerful secret arts, and high-grade artifacts?" Guxiong asked in an aggrieved voice. It was only because he had listened to the beautiful female auctioneer's words that he had gotten all riled up and spent 100,000 Saint crystals to win this map fragment. "Since she said it, you believed it?" The young man's face sank even further as he shouted. "Did you think you'd be able to find any clues with just this tiny piece of a map?" Guxiong nodded awkwardly, as though it was a given he would. The young man was speechless, and the murderous intent in his eyes flared up. He wished he could immediately kill this idiot Guxiong, because he increased the price foolishly, riled everyone up, but in the end didn't even have another piece of the map. This young man felt as if he had been played for a fool, and the murderous intent coming from his body grew stronger with every breath. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Chi into the shape of a sword. Guxiong shed bitter tears as he kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could kill him, though, one of the Origin Realm Masters behind him suddenly whispered, "Young Master, you cannot kill him." The young man froze up and asked coldly, "Why not? If you kill him without everyone else first checking his space ring, they will all think we obtained 2 map fragments. Having one is not an issue, but acquiring 2 will cause us many problems." When the young man heard this, he couldn't help thinking it over, and after a short time, he realized he had no choice right now, kicking and cursing Guxiong a few more times before tossing the space ring back at his face and flying off. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Soon after the young man and the 2 Origin Realm Masters left, another person came out from hiding and walked over to Guxiong, knitting his brow as he asked a few questions. Guxiong answered truthfully. The man then picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head with a look of disappointment, dropping it to the ground and also departing. A third person came out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, then a fifth. After experiencing the gap between life to death several times, Guxiong's emotions seemed to have calmed down significantly, but being continuously asked the same set of questions by masters with much higher strength and status than his own, he still remained a bit apprehensive. However, each of them just asked a few questions, checked his space ring, then let him go, none of them trying to take his life or rob him of his possession. After half an hour, it was finally the last person, Xianxia's turn. By now, Guxiong was familiar with this process, and before Xianxia could even open his mouth, Guxiong quickly said, "I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman and thought that if I obtained this map fragment I would be able to find amazing wealth, exquisite martial skills, or other treasures. My space ring is on the ground. If you'd like to inspect it, please feel free to. Just don't kill me." Xianxia let out a long sigh and didn't even bother to check the space ring. With so many people already having inspected it, if there really had been a second map fragment inside, it was impossible for it to still be there. "Next time, be careful what you buy," Xianxia said in exasperation. Of the dozens of individuals who had tailed Guxiong, none of them had any kind of deep-seated grudge against him. They were all simply fooled by him. That wasn't to say that Guxiong had prodigious acting talent. It was just that none of them thought he would be so easily conned by the words of that beautiful female auctioneer. Guxiong nodded incessantly. "I'll never buy anything at auction again. Just leave." Xianxia waved at him. "No one killing you this time was pure luck. There's no guarantee you'll be so fortunate next time." "Yes, yes, yes." Guxiong kowtowed gratefully before grabbing his space ring and running off. He was so scared he didn't even realize that Xianxia had the same cultivation as him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so polite to him. After running a ways away, Guxiong summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Vaguely, Xianxia seemed to hear tearful sobs coming from his direction. The map fragment that appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first youth who appeared, causing Xianxia some frustration. His strength was too low right now, so it was impossible for him to snatch that map fragment. The reason others didn't try to rob that young man of that map fragment was that they knew doing so was pointless. If that wasn't the case, they would have already tried to win it back at the auction. How could they have anticipated that someone like Guxiong would snatch it up? Moreover, the first young man who had come out seemed to have a powerful background, so none of the people here were willing to offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. It seemed like the map fragment would really have been better off staying in Guxiong's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young master, Xianxia had no way to retrieve it in the short term. Fortunately, he had already memorized the young man's face so he could try to acquire the map fragment sometime in the future. After grumbling for a moment, Xianxia returned to Heavenly Fate City and walked straight back to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Arriving at room C13, Xianxia pushed open the door, walked inside, and sat down on his chair, taking a sip of spirit tea as he saw Wu Yi and Yang Yan both immersed in the excitement. Curious, he asked, "What artifact is up for auction now?" "You're back." Wu Yi and Yang Yan only seemed to realize Xianxia was back after he spoke, with Wu Yi smiling broadly as she explained. "The prices here are all so unexpected. All of the artifacts sold for over 1,000,000 crystals so far. They're auctioning off the last artifact now. The twin daggers." "Oh." Xianxia looked out and sure enough, he saw the twin daggers being displayed by the beautiful female auctioneer. To his surprise though, no one was bidding. "What's the price so far?" Xianxia thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to sell for a low price. 2.1 million. Wu Yi replied joyfully, not even waiting for Xianxia to ask anything before taking the initiative to explain. "The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank. Much better than the previous 11. Therefore, its price is naturally higher. It seems many people here have good eyes." At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2.1 million going once, 2.1 million going twice, 2.1 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the honored guest in private room B3. This mistress wishes this friend good fortune in the flowing flame sand field and a triumphant return with a rich harvest. The beautiful woman uttered a few words with a smile before directing the female treasure trove pavilion disciple to carry the exquisite twin daggers to private room B3. Room B3? Not colored glass sect. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. He had thought these twin daggers would surely be snatched up by Insu Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he quickly recalled that colored glass sect's delegation would be sitting somewhere in the A-block private rooms. Colored glass sect? Wu Yi asked back in confusion. Never mind. Xianxia smiled slightly. While Xianxia had been out, the 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had all been auctioned off, and the next items to be sold were actually pills, origin grade low-rank pills. Treasure Trove Pavilion had fully prepared for this auction, and knowing that the flowing flame sand field was about to open, they knew that the various great forces would not be stingy with their saint crystals. As long as there were good things, they would sell at high prices, so after the origin grade low-rank artifacts, origin grade low-rank pills were immediately brought out on stage, once again heating up the atmosphere in the auction hall. Xianxia soon witnessed just how expensive origin grade pills on Shadowed Star could be. Pills that could quickly supplement St. Chi were sold for as high as 600,000 St. Crystals a bottle. That was 60,000 St. Crystals a pill. Wild Rose pills, which were excellent healing pills, also sold in sets of 10, but for an even higher price, averaging 703,000 St. Crystals a bottle. A bottle of 5 pills capable of repairing meridians was sold for 800,000. The most expensive, though, was a bottle of 10 snow and ice pills that could scatter heat from a cultivator's body, going for an astonishing 1.1 million. The flowing flame sand field was a zone filled with intense heat, so snow and ice pills would be extremely useful there as they greatly restrained the outside heat from entering a cultivator's body. As such, when these 5 bottles of these pills appeared, the great forces went all out to purchase them. Pills were different from artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't critically damaged, it could be repaired and used countless times, but once one swallowed a pill, it was gone forever. It could be said that these great forces were sparing no expense in preparation for the flowing flame sand field. In normal times, although origin-grade pills would be precious, they would never have sold for such high prices. However, understanding the demands of the market, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 to 4 times higher than usual. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled widely, a light blush even appearing on her face. It took more than an hour for all the origin-grade low-rank pills to be sold off, with each great force occupying the private rooms having some gains, satisfying them all. Just when many people thought that this auction would come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer once smiled coquettishly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is something my Treasure Trove Pavilion specially prepared as a finale." As soon as these words came out, the entire auction hall fell silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing lingering in the air. Countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer, and a few keener cultivators even noticed that her voice was trembling lightly, making them realize that this finale was something truly extraordinary. Because of its importance, this auction's finale will be presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Yen Pei. "Manager Yen, please." After the beautiful woman finished, she stood to the side with a smile and looked in a certain direction. Yen Pei, with a solemn and serious face, strode out from that direction. Yen Pei is actually going to be auctioning this item personally. Not only were many on the ground floor chattering at this development, but even the private rooms were abuzz with whispers. Old Black-Face Yang Pei was a sly old fox known as Treasure Trove Pavilion's most ruthless, black-hearted auctioneer. Every time he presided over an auction, he wouldn't rest until he shaved several kilos of meat from the bidders. Thankfully, as the years went by and Yen Pei's status rose, he rarely showed up on the auction stage. Many were shocked that Yen Pei, who hadn't hosted an auction for many years, had actually stepped forward at this time. Everyone also knew that since he had appeared, the following auction would become a bloodbath. For a time, the masters sitting in the private rooms all wore bitter looks as they unconsciously rubbed their space rings, sighing to themselves as they worried for the saint crystals they had stored inside. That thing actually became the auction's final item. In room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan both looked at each other with such excitement they wanted to jump up and down. Without even mentioning the grade of the artifact, just the word finale was enough to cause its price to soar. The two women could already see themselves becoming rich women after this auction ended. Yang Yan was already figuring out how many precious materials she should buy. In private room A5, in the private room which belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was sitting together with 6 youths, each of them a rising star of Shadow Moon Hall. However, there was only one man and one woman who were qualified to sit beside Qian Tong. The young man was a third-order Saint King with a brave and heroic look about him and deep, piercing eyes. The young woman was delicate and beautiful, with a sweet air around her. Although she too was a third-order Saint King, her aura was not as restrained as the young man's, so it was apparent she had only recently broken through. This young man and young woman's status in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to sit beside Qian Tong. The other young disciples standing nearby all shot vaguely envious looks towards these two. "Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yen. Do you know what this finale is?" One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qian Tong kept a serious look upon his face, seemingly not even hearing the words of this female disciple. Seeing his appearance, everyone couldn't help holding their breath, more and more feeling that this final item was extraordinary. Their elder must have some inside information, otherwise, he would not be showing such a solemn look. "Luo Qing," Qian Tong suddenly shouted. "Disciple is here." Luo Qing, who had always been standing to the side, hurried forward. "How many Saint Crystals were you able to collect?" Luo Qing quickly and respectfully replied. Disciple did not fail Elder's orders and managed to collect 50 million Saint Crystals, but the larger part of this was transferred directly from the sect. 50 million? Qian Tong narrowed his eyes. "I have nearly 30 million here as well, so altogether we have almost 80 million Saint Crystals." Inside the private room, everyone was shocked. Even if they came from Shadow Moon Hall and knew their sect wasn't poor, a figure like 80 million Saint Crystals was still terrifying to them. However, what stunned them even more was Qian Tong muttering to himself, "I don't know if it's enough." The beautiful young woman sitting next to Qian Tong couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is this finale? Can we not even win it with 80 million Saint Crystals?" Not only was she curious, even the brave and heroic-looking young man who also turned an inquisitive gaze towards Qian Tong, hoping he could explain. Since the auction began until now, the most expensive item to be sold was the exquisite twin daggers from just a moment ago, but that had only gone for 2.1 million Saint Crystals. Could this final item be an Origin King-grade artifact? If it truly was an Origin King-grade artifact, 80 million really might not be enough, but how would Treasure Trove Pavilion have collected such a treasure? You don't understand. Qian Tong smiled bitterly. 80 million may look like a lot, but others may have more. I can say with confidence that Shadow Moon Hall is a great force on Shadowed Star, but there is still some disparity between us and the top 3, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect, and Heaven Battling Union. Even Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Temple, Twin Heart Valley, and Floating Mist Palace have a somewhat stronger influence than us. I'm afraid they have all raised more Saint Crystals than us. Master, what exactly is being auctioned? The delicate female asked again. See for yourself, Qian Tong said, not showing any intention to answer because even if he did, these juniors may not be able to realize the value of that thing. When the time came and a blood struggle ensued, they would naturally understand. All the private rooms fell silent as their occupants stared towards the auction stage. Old black-face Yen Pei stood on the stage, his pair of piercing eyes sweeping the crowd as he said loudly, "This Yen Pei thanks all of you for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction today. The progress of the auction until this point has been satisfactory for this old master, but if there is one thing that I must say is not to my liking, it is that all of you are still holding your wallets too tightly. This old master has come forward in hopes of seeing all your great forces put forward some true spirit. You don't have to give others face or even give my Treasure Trove Pavilion face. All you must do is bid for the items you fancy. So what if it costs you your house and home? So long as you win what you're after, what else matters?" The frank words of Yen Pei pulled a sharp breath from the various masters' seat in their private rooms. This old black face's ill intentions were obvious to all of them. He was quite literally asking them to lose the very shirts of their backs in the upcoming bidding. He was simply too vicious, and many even felt like getting up and leaving immediately would be the best course of action. If they remained here, they might really everything they had. But of course, Yen Pei didn't give them a chance to escape and quickly continued. "Enough said. Let me introduce to you the finale of this auction." With a big wave of his hand, a woman in an exquisite dress immediately walked out onto the stage holding the jade plate. This jade plate was covered with a red cloth, obstructing everyone's view, and only further enticing them to see what lay beneath it. The woman walked up and stood in front of Yen Pei, the latter soon exclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and see." Saying so, the red cloth was lifted, and a red whip appeared atop the jade plate. The whip was sectioned yet smooth in shape, just like a scorpion tail, each piece seamlessly connected to the next, and at its tip was a sharp spike that was flashing green light. At a glance, everyone could tell this spike contained a potent poison. "The Dragon Striker Whip," Yen Pei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai, who had just taken a sip of tea, heard Yen Pei call out this name, and nearly spat out what was in his mouth. The last twin daggers had been sold off as is by Treasure Trove Pavilion without any extra fancy descriptions, treating it just like any other item that had been auctioned. But this long red whip had now actually been given the name Dragon Striker Whip by Yen Pei. It was domineering enough, but what was more impressive was how thick old black face's skin was, even daring to make up such a name on the spot. From all directions, burning hot looks could be felt as countless divine senses swept this red whip, the sound of discussion in the private rooms and the main hall instantly erupting. Yen Pei continued, "This is a genuine Origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmaster appraisers, The primary material of this whip is the tail of the ninth-order monster beast scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, which has been supplemented with many origin-grade ores. What an origin-grade mid-rank artifact represent need not be said by this old master, as everyone understands this well. This is already a work beyond my Shadowed Star's artifact refining level. No Grandmaster on Shadowed Star can refine such an artifact. This whip is 5 meters in length, but as long as one fills it with Saint Chi, its length can be transformed at will. What is most rare, though, is that the Grandmaster who refined this Dragon Striker whip was able to perfectly incorporate the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's poisonous stinger into its tip. Although this is somewhat sinister and ruthless, it no doubt greatly increases the power of the Dragon Striker whip. As Yen Pei spoke, he picked up the Dragon Striker whip from the jade plate before striking the air above the high platform with it, allowing everyone to feel the power of this origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, countless people's breaths became heavy when they saw the might of the Dragon Striker whip. After a short demonstration, Yen Pei placed the Dragon Striker whip back onto the jade plate. At this time, a person's voice suddenly called out from a private room in the A block, "Manager Yen, is this the item you said would make us homeless? Although an origin-grade mid-rank artifact is rare, it's not nearly enough for us to lose everything over." "Humph. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an Origin King grade artifact this time." "That's right, raising our expectations so much for just a mere Origin grade mid-rank artifact." Yen Pei just stood in place though, as if he hadn't heard this commentary, a sneer upon his face. Everyone in the private rooms had gotten some advanced warning that an unbelievable item would appear, causing all of them to send out representatives to raise Saint Crystals. But what Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to auction was not disclosed to them. Yen Pei wasn't going to spread word about this after all, and he believed with Qian Tong's astuteness it was equally impossible for the latter to let slip what this finale was. Each of the great forces present had collected a large amount of Saint Crystals, but now what was presented to them was just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact, so naturally, they felt disappointed, thinking a big deal had been made out of nothing. Of course, they all still intended to snatch up this artifact. For an origin-grade mid-rank artifact, even if they couldn't win it themselves, pushing the price up to make others suffer was still a necessity. For a moment, everyone began secret plotting to harm their competition while protecting themselves. Yen Pei, however, soon put out words that made many men in the auction hall cough up blood. "This artifact is most suitable for women, so even if you don't have any use for it yourselves, buying it for your favorite woman is a splendid idea. This old master can guarantee that any man who delivers such a gift to their woman will surely bring her home tonight." This old dog. In Su Dai ground her teeth in the private room of Colored Glass Sect. The reason she hadn't tried to buy the twin daggers from before was because she had anticipated something better to appear after it. Sure enough, this Dragon Striker whip had appeared, and she had secretly decided to snatch it up at any cost. She also believed that with her fame and popularity, once she made a bid for it, many people here would simply give way and not try to rob it from her. But with Yen Pei making such a comment, wasn't that no different from drawing out many more competitors for her? A middle-aged woman next to In Su Dai patted her hand gently and comforted. "Rest assured, we'll win it." "Thank you, second aunt." In Su Dai smiled sweetly. For the Dragon Striker whip, the starting price is 1 million Saint Crystals. Each new offer may not add less than 100,000. "Everyone, please bid." Yen Pei had said everything that should be said, and as everyone's enthusiasm reached an apex, he declared the start of the auction, prepared to watch the fight. This was the scene he liked to see the most. Every time he saw people competing for these rare treasures, Yen Pei felt as if he had become many years younger. As soon as his words fell, bids began flying from the private rooms. 1.1 million, 1.3 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. The masters who had just now been disdaining the appearance of the Dragon Striker whip all seemed to have forgotten their previous words and rushed to enter their bids. Not only did the seniors from the great forces call out, even some of the younger generation's rising stars joined the fray. "I'll bid 2.1 million, Chu Chong Fong of Heaven Battling Union said in a confident tone, as if a powerful young master from a top-tier sect should not bid any less than this. "Humph, 2.3 million. The one forever in opposition to Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon sect, called out next. The strength of their two sects were essentially equal, and their individual reputations and strength were also similar, so neither would fear the other nor be willing to back down. Brother Fang, why are you trying to buy this Dragon Striker whip? It's completely unsuited to you, so wouldn't it just be a waste of money for you? Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully, calmly continuing to increase the price. 2.5 million. I can't use it? Can you? 2.8 million. Fang Tianzhong didn't withdraw. Naturally, I'm buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Yin of the Colored Glass sect currently lacks a good artifact, so this Chu wants to offer her some beautiful flowers. 3 million. This was a blatant declaration of love, and it was made in front of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, drawing a number of sharp breaths from the audience. In the private room of Colored Glass sect, the lead middle-aged woman's face went cold while Yin Sudai's expression also became gloomy. She didn't want to be caught up in any uncouth rumors because of today's event, so she softly declared, "Senior brother Chu's kindness. This Sudai must politely decline. If I want this Dragon Striker whip, naturally I will bid for it myself. 3.2 million.